Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Rokenjima. I'm Daihime-sama, as always, and we're back again with more Umineko for the second time this week. Weather report, it's like 60 degrees, rainy, much cooler than yesterday, which is nice. I did not like that it was 80 degrees in October, but today it is much cooler, which is very good. It is much better for me. I don't like being too hot. It's uncomfortable. Today it is cooler and rainy as well. Yes, good atmosphere. I always like a good amount of rain around my castle. A little bit of thunder and lightning is always nice too. Really helps the ominous atmosphere, which is something every good villain needs to have. I don't like it when it's sunny and 80 degrees. I'm not a summer enjoyer. Who likes... I don't understand people who like summer. Oh, I like being sweaty and gross all day. Disgusting. You disgust me, summer enjoyers. Fall and winter chads reign supreme as always. But we're decently deep into episode 4 of Umineko now. We're dealing with so many flashbacks from On. She tried to summon too many demon stakes and passed out last time. That was the end of last stream. That was what was going on. We're kind of jumping back between 1986 and 1998 a lot, which I did not expect. I expected there to be like one jump and then we would get on with it, but that is not the case. They gotta show us every little detail of Anja's 1998 life. It sucks, by the way, her 1998 life. It's terrible. This would never happen to me, but I do feel a little bit of sympathy for her. Additionally, I'm currently running a stream donation goal. If you would like to see me 100% item collection of Metroid Dread in a single stream, a death stream, if you will, that is the goal we are running currently. It is to afford a Nintendo Switch and all the equipment I would need to stream it, such as a capture card, a controller that isn't the Switch itself, the game, obviously, and also this would help fund future Switch game streams, such as Bayonetta 3, the Live Alive HD 2D remake, and the Front Mission remakes that are coming soon. So if you want to see all of those things and more, consider donating to this goal. Thank you. Now I suppose that I am done with my introductory spiel. We can continue on with the story. How exciting. So Anji had passed out last time. She had gone to La La Land. I wonder what'll happen next. That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. All right, her Tulpa, her 9-year-old girl Tulpa. This happens to me often. She did in fact get sent to Catholic school. It's terrible. Nobody likes Catholic school. Most people don't like Catholic anything, honestly. I'm not a fan. I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria One-chan in order to use magic. But it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. By the way, if you grow out of enjoying magical girls, that's on you. I will never grow out of liking magical girl stuff. Magical girls rule. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation, when I had looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on a peak, and I tried painting the scene in my mental world. Does Lena Inverse count? I mean, she's a girl with the magic, but I think when they're talking about magical girls, they mean, you know, with the transformations and stuff, the henshins. I want to be a magical girl villain. Bigger. Bigger. Cardcaptor Sakura is one of the peaks of the magical girl genre, so... Hello, Griffith from Berserk. Thanks for the resub, Griffith from Berserk. You're watching from the hospital. Oh no. I hope you recover well from whatever's happening to you. Uryu. You had GRS? That's no good. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought GRS was... I thought it was an acronym for some sickness I never heard of. Sorry. That is very good then. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. Anyways, let's move on. Yeah, like gastric reflex, exactly. Stop talking in brackets, little man. Use quotes like a normal person. You must be big. Maria's witch outfit is very cute. It's very stylish too. Hinto. Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing's supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I had looked down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria One-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that. And now, this was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. I see. Even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away, downwards, downwards. Oh. I hope nobody has vertigo. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time it began to feel like the sky. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind go right through even my body. In other words, blowing through me without any resistance.
そう、その感覚を維持して。ええ、わかる。すべての妨げから解放されてるのがわかる。やったエンジェ、やったエンジェ。魔女の世界への最初の第一歩を踏み出した。これが。
She can fly, she can fly, she can fly, she can fly.
うん。じゃあ。エンジェがずっと望んできた魔法を練習してみよう。お友達を呼び出す魔法。エンジェを寂しさから救い出してくれる味方を作り、それによって幸せになる魔法を。エンジェにも僕みたいなお友達が呼び出せるの？うりうりゅ今のエンジェにはゼロの海から
She'll only be able to summon those thoughts, the stakes.
まだまだ早いね。最初は呼び出しやすい友達から練習しよう。はあ、最初は何を？エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの魔女だから、同盟の魔女が刺激する存在はエンジェもまた刺激することが許されてる。
I've never heard of this alliance thing before this episode.
例えば、
I don't think.
サクタロは私の友達だけど、同じ同盟のエンジェにとっても友達で、そして召喚することができる。今度試しにサクタロを呼び出してみて。寂しくて辛い時、サクタロがきっと元気づけてくれるよ。
I see. You could call Sakataro being employed by One-chan. So, as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakataro too. I met Sakutaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on a lonely night. So I almost misread that as her using him as her pillow.
私が呼びかけたら、あなたが現れて話し相手になってくれる？うりゅう、エンジェが呼び出してくれるのを楽しみにしてる。うりゅうりゅうりゅう。
Looking happy, Sakataro pressed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes.
お姉ちゃん、私頑張るわ。じゃあ練習をしてみよう。同じ同盟の魔女ベアトリーチェの家具を呼び出してみよう。ベアトリーチェの家具。
Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokenjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria One-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, One-chan was my only close friend. So to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic teacher. Also, I believed that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Eva. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday. Stop thinking so hard. You're thinking too much. Just accept everything I tell you. I'd expect no less from you, One-chan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. It's a little spooky.
でもとっても賑やかで楽しい子たちだよ。エンジェの新しいお友達になってくれるかもしれない。まずは私が呼び出してみせるね。見てて。
Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her minds. The state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then, a pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one, the girls began to show themselves. There they are. There's the bitches. 1, 2, 3 people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire, the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan.
煉獄の7姉妹、ここに。マリア卿、ご無沙汰を申し上げております。
久しぶりだね。みんなも元気？
みんなの元気。
我ら家具は刺激されてこそ家具。久しぶりのお呼び出しを心より光栄に思います。
サク太郎、お久しぶり。相変わらず美味しい。
Uh-oh.
かわいい。私が一番。今日もふかふかプニプニしててかわいい。
We will attack him.
私にも抱かせて、私にも抱かせて。ウリュウ、苦しい。僕は逃げないから離してみんな。
こら、あんたたち！マリア卿の家具を壊す気？
How terrible that would be.
とにかく離れなさいよ。抱きしめるの。
Hugging is prohibited. That sounds like a rule you just made up, like emotions in your automata.
私は別にあんなふかふかのプニプニのワフワフなんて興味ないんだから。こら、マリア卿とエンジェ様の御前よ。静かになさい、このグマイども。
We must squish the child. Like in one of those hydraulic press videos. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that the innocent Sakutaro was on such good terms with the 7 sisters.
意外。サク太郎があんな物騒な連中にこんなに可愛がられてるなんて。
同じ同盟の仲間たちだもん。怖くなんかないよ。
でも万が一彼女らの機嫌を損ねちゃったら、
They could.
サク太郎
They will destroy
あっ
him.
という間にやられち
They
ゃ
will
うそう。
destroy his tiny child body.
大丈夫。同盟の魔女とその家具はみんな仲良しなの。だからサク太郎も安心して遊べるの。それはもちろん私やエンジェも同じだよ。
Well, it's nice that they're all friends. That appears to be the case. It was one of the pacts of marriage sorcière. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally shady and belligerent, treated fellow Alliance members as friends. So to the 7 sisters, Sakutaro was a mutual friend. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. The scene as they squeezed him and loved him was a bit charming.
なるほど。マリアージュ・ソルシエールの仲間同士なのね。
At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's casual atmosphere and the 7 Sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. It looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet, they were interacting in a friendly way like it was completely natural. This wonderful alliance could join all the peoples of the world together. I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away. Alright, John Lennon, chill out.
七姉妹のみんな聞いて。今エンジェは魔法の修行中なの。
Imagine all the
みんなの
people!
力を貸してほしいの。
かしこまりました、マリア卿。しかし、具体的には何を？
君たちを権限させる魔力を私からエンジェに移す。その状態でいつも彼女の身近にいてあげてほしいの。彼女の話し相手になったりしてあげるだけでいい。
恐れながら、エンジェ様の魔力では私たち7姉妹すべてを
Nope.
四六時中呼び出し続け
She
る
in
のは
fact failed
容
at
易な
this
ことで
just a
は
little
ない
bit
かと。
ago. The oldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time.
そういう修行なの。エンジェはみんなが想像しているより才能と魔力があるよ。ちょっぴり辛いかなとは思うけど、今のエンジェなら挑戦する価値はあると思う。エンジェ、今から彼女たちを権限させる魔力を君に切り替え
Here,
る。
take it!
つまりエンジェが呼び出したのと同じ状態
Take
にな
my
る。
magic! So what Maria One-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the Seven Sisters materialized, you are continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband. Ah, like Piccolo. He wears the weighted cape.
ブリュー、7姉妹全員はかなり大変。エンジェ、
I agree, doing all the Seven Sisters would be tough.
ありがとうサク太郎。でも魔女になるための修行だしね。やれるところまでやってみるわ。
The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least for a while. I understood it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot.
もしも辛かったら無理をしないでね。
When has Ange ever listened to that very specific
みんなも
advice of
エンジェ
don't
が
overdo
辛そう
it?
だったら加減してあげて。
かしこまりました。わかったね、あんたたち。はい、お姉様。それではエンジェ様、これより我ら煉獄の7姉妹はエンジェ様の家具となります。マリア卿、お願いいたします。
じゃあエンジェ、始めてもいい？
いいわ。ちょっと緊張する。
ウリュウ、いきなりは辛いかも。頭痛になりそうだったらすぐに魔力を減らしてね。じゃあ魔力ソースをエンジェに移すよ。
She's focusing. Look at her concentration face. In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. This is, yeah, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, that would put a strong pressure on my head.
マリア卿、恐れながらやはり一度に7姉妹全員の
We are simply too big and strong.
大丈夫。
やっぱりダメかな。権限に全勢力を使っちゃってる。日常生活と両立できないほどの負荷じゃ意味がない。ウリュウ、だからいきなりこんなに大勢は無理だって言った。みんな少し姿を消してあげて。
Go away.
そうね。
You should erase yourself.
人数を減らした方
Now.
が良さそう。アスモ、姿を消しなさい。
また私？末っ子いじめ反対。たまには上から消えてよ。
Get bullied, nerd.
それじゃあ私が2番目に消えなきゃならないじゃない。やだやだやだ。
That's right. You gotta go in order to youngest to oldest.
アスモもレビアネも騒がないの。
Make a ruckus.
そういう騒ぎが余計エンジェ様の負担になるのよ。あんたが騒ぐのも負担になるのよ、バカサタン。
Owned. Just beat up your sisters until they do what you want. That's a good strategy. Just do what you gotta. Sometimes you gotta hit your own siblings. It's fine. totally normal. The seven sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Ange to bear an even greater headache. She's blacking out again. In the end, they decided to the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Anji was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them had erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just one person is my limit.
ああ、これじゃあ7姉妹じゃなくて私一人じゃないですか。
Yep,
エンジ様、
we're stuck
ちょ
with
っと
just
足り
one.
ないです。
Mammon, who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled.
ウリュウ、マモン、そんなこと言っちゃダメ。
Mammon!
エンジェはまだまだ修行中。
She's but a baby.
大丈夫
A magical
エンジェ
baby.
頭痛、大丈夫？
Sakutaro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Anji's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult.
ちょっと荒行すぎ
You
たかな。
fucked up, Maria. You're a terrible teacher.
マリア、
But you are also 9 years old, so I guess that's not surprising.
友達いっぱいいればいるほど楽しいし。
Short king. I mean, I don't know if Sakutaro is such a short king so much as he is a literal baby. He is but baby.
お姉ちゃんの凄さを改めて思い知るわ。
Apparently, when one reaches Maria One-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform in an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, that's awe-inspiring.
大丈夫ですか？エンジェ様。
ごめんなさいね。私にはあなた一人を呼び出すのがやっとみたい。
まあ、私はこれでもいいかな。
Just takes practice. Don't neglect your practice, Ange.
7姉妹
Or you'll just be the same forever, as we've established.
いかがですか、エンジェ様。私一人なら不可にはなりませんか？
ええ、あなた一人ならなんとかね。
よかった。
Oh, people ship Anji and Mammon? That's cute.
いっぱい修行していっぱい魔力を養ってください。そしていつかきっと7姉妹で揃ってお使いさせてください。約束ですよ。
I'm always supporting lesbians. After confirming that for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues, Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. I see that definitely fits with her being greed. But maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude.
約束するわ。そのくらいはいつかできなくちゃね。
I believe in you, Ange.
エンジェ様。
As long as you don't just stop. For no
この
reason.
マモン、その日まで必ずエンジェ様にお仕えします。
My headache finally abated and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. When Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up,
ウリュウ。あ、マリア、エンジェ、もうこんな時間だよ。もう部屋に戻らないと叱られる。
I mean, I assume when they're not in steak mode, they're anatomically correct, the idiot diamond. I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. As though the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall, sitting on a toilet. One-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost... what is that? 10? Time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before... No, 8 p.m. Before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, but it will cause trouble for my roommates and flatmates. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. My free time by myself is already over for today. I'll sleep, wake up, tomorrow will begin, and another long, gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. At that time, One-chan appeared again and spoke. Wow!
ほらエンジェ修行を忘れてるよマモンを連れて行って
I had forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, Mammon's materialization had stopped. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind.
もう
Here, take this girlfriend with
ひ
you.
どいですいきなり私を消すなんてそんなんじゃ七姉妹を全員呼ぶなんてなかなかできませんよごめんなさいうっかりしてたわ人間界に権限するのはすごい久しぶりなので何から何まで興味深いですちょっぴりワクワク
Every
してま
single
す
thing.
ここはどこですか聖ルチーア学園の寮ここはその共用トイレの個室各部屋にトイレはあるからここには誰も来ない静かで本を読むにはちょうどいいのここの寮は本を読むにもトイレの個室に隠れなきゃならないの
Yeah, because she's a nerd.
文書でもやってるんですか
I have a two-person room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is gloomy, and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so I really can't relax there. And, as long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over and chat away. It's more convenient for them, too, if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place, and they're always talking behind my back. So I don't like to go there. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me.
よくわからないけれどエンジ様にとってとても快適とは言い難い場所だってことが分かったわ
No Catholic school is
早く
pleasant
表に
after
出ま
all.
しょうここの空気嫌いそうここの空気が一番まともなんだけどね
When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. Why are you locked in the bathroom? You talking to me? Maybe you should try getting a job. I should stream Deus Ex sometime. I think that's on the docket for eventually. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway, and go through the dorm leader's roll call. On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility and all the floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paving her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of their conversation noticeably changed. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room, and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up.
何これおかしいここってお嬢様学校じゃないの
It is! It's also
刑
terrible.
務所みたいバカみたいやっぱりそうよね私もそう思ってるわ刑務所よりさらに厳しい点は素行が良くても刑期が
Thanks for
短く
stopping
ならな
by,
いから
Griffith from Berserk. After bad-mouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form could only be seen by her summoner, me. And of course, there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my mind, so no one could listen in. At least I'm safe inside my mind. Magic, and the friends it creates, might actually not be so bad.
こいつら揃いも揃ってもやしみたい。生きてないって感じ。やめなさいよ。毎日姿を見られたら大変よ。夢も希望もかけらほどもない人間なんて半魔法の塊だもの。
No, no, she's not been talking to herself. It's like a telepathy type thing.
見ることもできない下等生物どもが。
You don't have enough insight. You can't see the horrible demons that are around you at all times. How sad and pathetic.
エンジェ様が私を権限させてくださる限りは平気です。ただ私を権限するために常に集中しなければならないでしょうから日常生活がおろそかになる可能性がありますよ。
How terrible.
同室の子に呼ばれてません？後ろ宮さん、聞こえてる？来週からの終盤なんだけどさ、ちょっと相談があって。
She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who never even looked me in the eye normally, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone rather than doing it together with her. That's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me non-stop. Even so, with a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason and insisted on flipping the situation around, as though I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. Ah, the good old being ignored is better than being bothered. So true, Mammon. I'm always thinking this. Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought I would. It really was lively with all the seven sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be a lot of fun. I want to gain enough magical power to summon all the seven sisters at once and soon. So I'll train much, much more and finally summon the thing I really want to find. Mammon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. That was a lot of my's. I hesitated to talk about it, but then figured that there was no reason to hide it and told her. It's magic. You just gotta summon your parents back to life. It'll work. Shoot and Dragoon, thank you for giving out 4 gift subs. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it.
異界の住人を呼び出すのは召喚だけど、死者の魂を呼び戻すのは反言で、それは全くの別物。反言はかなりの大魔法のはずですよ。
I know. So much so that even Maria One-chan can't do it at all. Can't do it at all. But that's the thing I want to find with magic the most. I've been warned that it's very difficult high-level magic. So great that, in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach the point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, a magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this. What, did Battler, like, give that to her as a gift or something? Doesn't seem like his style. I don't think he would wear it. Ah, surprise. I know it's cheap. I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. Oh my god, we're flashing back even further. The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but I didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyways, and we didn't even know what we'd get. So there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me. So I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Then, Battler Oni-chan came over finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun and tried to do it for me. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped a happiness that I couldn't reach. Oni-chan really was well coordinated. It seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only 1 or 2 attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with that crane that I hadn't even bothered to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remember that he looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening the capsule would be a waste. Then, one day, I finally opened it up, and what revealed itself inside was this pink jeweled hair accessory. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. Since I was young, I felt that having all 4 of us gathered, including Battler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I had treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together. So I guess I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time. And let him live in our house. Reliable isn't really the word I'd use for Battler, but you know, it's her perspective, I guess.
マリアお姉ちゃんがライオンのぬいぐるみからサクタラを生み出したようには簡単にできない。私は死者の魂を蘇らせる大魔法をいつか必ず身につける。そしてそれを成功させられる唯一の鍵がよりしろがこれなの。
なるほど。その頭飾りにものすごい魔力を感じてたけど。
It's glowing with energy.
魔力？お兄ちゃんのこれに魔力が宿ってるの？
エンジ様が宿らせていると言うべきかもね。エンジ様の兄を呼び出したいという強い思いが魔力を与えている。確かに反言は大魔法だけど、エンジ様はその魔法のために無意識のうちに着実に階段を登っているのは間違いない。
嬉しいわ。私以外の人にそれを認めてもらえるのは。
Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy.
反言の魔法に至るのと寿命を全うするのとどっちが早いかだけは私には保証できないけれども。
Yeah, at that point it'd be rather pointless, wouldn't it?
でも
You'd be dead for realsies.
高ければ高いほど魔女としての力も比例していく。エンジ様はくじけることがなかったなら、きっといつか私たちの元の主ベアトリーチェ様に匹敵するほどの大魔女になれると思います。
You can become as strong as Beatrice. I'm sure this isn't foreshadowing or anything.
大魔女になってお兄ちゃんを、家族を蘇らせることができ
I
るか
wonder.
しら。
反言の魔女エンジェ教。素敵。
Sticky!
反言の魔女はかなりレアな魔女です。そんな魔女がご主人様なんてちょっと鼻が高いです。っていうかむしろそうなって
I didn't get the stake. I didn't think the stakes would get so much characterization here.
主の格に比例しますので。
Just goes to show that they really went in on every character is important in some way.
天下無双の大魔女になってくださいね。煉獄の7姉妹を代表して
They look like a pair of besties. I thought that if a magical friend were to appear before me too, a cute kid like Sakutaro would be best. But even this fifth sister of the shady seven sisters who controlled the seven deadly sins was enough to calm my heart so much all by herself. Maria One-chan has probably known that since long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again, and I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training as a witch much sooner. Which sin is he? Mammon? I forget which one that is. Ah, they're not listed here. Oh, here we go. Oops. How do I... Here we go. Mammon is she stayed by Anja's side throughout her training period, greedily encouraging her master to become a full, true witch. A very special person, even among the seven sisters. So, Mammon is greed, I think. Yeah, she's very special. They seem like good friends. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into my bed, Mammon continued to talk to me alongside my pillow. They're just, they're just good friends who share the same bed. I promise. One day, for sure, I'll develop a magical power that can summon the seven sisters, and I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The seven of them make a single whole. None of them can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. Now, see, this is one of those things that's like, who are you really talking about? Oh god, okay, we're back. We're back in the game board. We had like a couple flashbacks within flashbacks there for a minute, but we're back here. My awareness began to return slowly. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Aunt Maria One-chan's relationship, I ran away from Beato's and Oni-chan's game, didn't I? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from this strange world of the witch's game. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Anji. At that time, I felt someone's presence. Oh, hi, Mammon. Is this real? Is this like her Mammon or past Mammon that's, you know. When I turned around, I could see Mammon there. Okay, so it's Beatrice's Mammon. She doesn't know Anji. Yeah, hashtag not my Mammon.
よかったじゃないですか。何が？バトラーお兄ちゃんに出会えて。皮肉？そう聞こえるなら、そういうことにしてもらってもいいですけど。ごめんなさい。言葉通りに受け取るべきね。ええ、そうよ。こんなおかしな世界であっても、お兄ちゃんに出会えて心底に嬉しいわ。そして、お兄ちゃんのために。
That's the plan. I'm not exactly sure how Anji is gonna participate in the game yet. Like, they kind of spelled her out as like a third pillar, I guess, where she stands between magic and not magic. But she's also firmly on Battler's side, so I don't know.
いつまでもこんな世界で遊ばれてちゃ困るもの。そろそろお家へ帰る時間なのよ。だから私が呼びに来たわ。 せいぜい頑張ってください。私、今の主はベアトリーチ様ですので、応援はできません。
Maybe it is the same Mammon. I don't think this story cares much about the separation of time, especially with beings that are magical like Mammon. So maybe she just exists everywhere simultaneously. And she just has to abide by decorum since she is currently Beatrice's furniture. Bestie! Well, you know. Happens. Uh-oh. Punished for trying to spell out a plot point I'm not allowed to know yet. Mammon moaned as if she'd bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently the rules apply to people other than me as well.
大丈夫それ結構辛いわよ
Oh, interesting. Like, they physically cannot talk about future stuff, huh?
失礼しましたグレーテル様いいえありがとう嬉しいわ
I guess that must be part of the game.
お兄ちゃんに出会えてあなたの最初の問いへの答えよじゃあ戻りましょう
Even if he is the biggest idiot in the world and probably not the kind of person you were hoping for.
あなたが今の主人に怒られるわはいご理解いただけて助かりますそれではこっち マモン
Oh. Zawardo! I'm sure Mammon was about to say, well then, this way. But then she stopped, as if the film had been torn off at that point. It looked like she'd suddenly frozen. King Crimson erased their friendship. Then I noticed. She wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Wow, 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 wow. Zawarudo! Yes, this looks like a portent that Burn Castle will appear. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. It wasn't Burn Castle. It was that other witch. Oh, Lambda Delta. Wow, you haven't really appeared much, have you? It's nice to have you finally in the actual story.
ラムダデルタあなたにはルールの適用はないのね
It's true.
当たり前でしょルールは他人を縛るためにあるの
Rules are for cucks.
自分をそれで縛るバカはいないわ
Burn Castle is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Even compared to Burn Castle, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's, how should I put it? Maybe like she's a being from a higher dimension. They have talked about higher dimension beings before. In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. No, just knowing that she might be enough, but...
それで私に
What do you want?
まあねあなたたちの会話に耳を傾けてたらちょっと面白い話になったんでねあなたにちょっといい
Oh
話を
boy.
聞かせてあげよう
Dish the goss, girlfriend.
あなたは私の敵のはずそのあなたが私に得する話を聞かせる理由が思いつかないわつまり耳を傾けた時点で
It's true, she could just make something up. It could be a fancy lie to trick you.
じゃあね See you next
See you next time.
誤解しないで私の相手はベルンであってあなたじゃないわつまり私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るということよ
悪いけど私には聞く気がないわ
Although I said that, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. Watch out! She's gonna throw a bunch of knives at you. I hope you have a lot of copies of Shonen Jump on you. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. I haven't been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says and strengthen my mental guard. So she'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, threatening me. That's a good face.
そんなに身構えなくてもいいってば
Girl, you are stanced up.
私はあなたの誤解を解きに来ただけよいえちょっと違うベルンカステルがあなたについた嘘を
Oh, what's the lie? I want to know about the lie. Please, spill the tea.
ベルンカステルが嘘
あなたはベルンにベアトを倒せば兄が帰ってくるようなそんな言い方をされた
Well, she used some very specific language that didn't exactly say that, but gave you hope, didn't she?
さああなたに話す気はないけど
My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. Getting just one person only if I was lucky had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon.
ある意味ベルンのその約束は嘘ではないわ。ベルンがそう約束したのならきっとあなたがベアトを倒せばバトラも両
But
親
they'll
も解放さ
probably
れて
still be
あなた
dead.
のところへ帰ってくる。
何の問題もないじゃない。
本気であの子は案外残酷よね。分かってて騙すなんて。
What does she know? Does she know? What was she
私が
cooking?
どう騙されてるというの？
Damn, I'm letting her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her, so it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her forwards.
今は何年？
このゲーム版の世界のこと？ならば1986年10月4日よ。
その通り。ならばあなたがベアトに打ち勝ったなら台風が去った
Sure.
10月6日に
That's what we
島に
want.
囚われていた
Allegedly.
人々は帰還する。1986年の10月6日にね。
だから何？
あなたの1986年の10月6日はどうだった？親戚の家にいたんじゃなかったかしら。
I'd been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. When I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. After watching to make sure that I'd remembered, Lambda Delta laughed unpleasantly and spoke.
ね
Yeah.
え、あなたの1986年10月6日に
Oh, I get what she's saying. Megane mode. Activate! I get what she's saying here. Listen, if you win here and free Battler and the family from the Witches game, then that means they leave. That means if you accomplish that, it would have already happened in the past, so why has nothing changed? Right? Good old time travel logic? Why, if it is possible for you to succeed in any way, why hasn't it already changed? Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat sweeping all over my face. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this witch saying?
いい？
Do. What's the name of this song again? Dream End Discharge or something? It's very good.
あなたがベアトを倒せばバトラは確かに解放されるわ。そしてお家へ帰るでしょうね。
She does have great eyebrows.
だってそうでしょ？バトラは
Yes,
1986
these are all factual.
から5日に閉じ込められてるんだよ。解放されたらその翌日に帰るのは当然でしょ？そしてあなた1998年
Mirage Coordinator, that's right. The, Dream End Discharger is the other one.
1998年の後ろ宮エンジ。
Yeah, so we're talking like split timeline stuff. You'll just go back to the 1998 where Battler didn't return. Some other Ange will be having a happy life.
意味わかる？
何言ってるのあんた。
So you'll have gained functionally nothing.
10月6日に家族が家に帰ってくるの。素敵じゃない。私はすぐにおじいちゃんの家から帰るわ。そして私たちは出会う。めでたしめでたし。
ええ。
Ah.
後ろ宮エンジは家族に再会できるでしょうね。1986年に
Yeah, not you.
6歳の後ろ宮エンジ
You don't get anything.
私って誰？
It's kind of like Soma, right? She uploaded a copy of herself. That copy doesn't get to experience that world.
18歳。違うの？後ろ宮エンジじゃん。そういう名前の魔女の駒なのに。
Yeah, she won't win the coin toss, exactly. There is no coin toss. It's a fake idea.
意味がある。
I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh?
だからベルンは残酷だなって思うの。
You fell for it. You fell for Burns'
意
trick.
地悪だなって
A
思うのね。
meanie.
そういう経験なくもないくせにね。
What do you mean she's gone through the same thing herself?
ああでもどうかベルにせ
I don't know what that means. Maybe can you elaborate on that?
だって考えようによってはあの子は嘘をついてないベアトを倒せば家族が帰ってくる後ろ宮エンジェのところへ
You fell for it, Anji. The classic time travel split timeline
そ
trick.
の後ろ宮エンジェがあなたのことだとは言ってないだろうけどね
Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Burncastle say to me again? Your assistance is required. Your family needs it. Burncastle started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how did Burncastle answer that again? I cannot promise that. She did make me a promise. In exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that she'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it. But I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I don't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting. Yeah, that's some real legalese she used on you there, Anji.
初めから辛い賭けになることは承知よ。だって私の1998年
Oh, it's kind of a Higurashi reference. Yeah, I know Burncastle resembles a character from Higurashi. I'll read it someday.
私にはそれだけで価値がある。仮に復讐を成し遂げても徒労になるかもしれない。
Yeah, she was looking for an assassin. You're her gun, that's all.
だから
ええその部分に嘘はないわねベアとのゲーム版は完璧よあんたが立ち回ったところでベアとが敗北する可能性なんて生涯に一度のみ夢見ることを許されるかどうかくらいほんのわずかつまり限りなくゼロとみなせるほどに絶対にその勝率はほとんどゼロ
But that's still not zero.
だからベルもそういうお茶を濁した言い方になるのは仕方がないでもあなたに夢を持たせた点についてだけは騙してると言い切れるなだって天文学的な確率を乗り越えてあんたが勝利できたとしても家族が帰ってくるのはあんたのところじゃないこの1986年に存在する6歳の正しい後宮エンジェのところへよあんたのところにじゃないベルンはそれでも100億のかけらをめぐりあんたに一番マシな世界を探すでしょうねそしてその彼女が言ったんじゃないの手土産に持参するつもりだが見つけら
Oh
れなか
no.
った
So I'm guessing capital F fragments are like alternate worlds or timelines or whatever.
気づいてきたあんたこの戦いにご褒美が用意されてないのよいえそれどころかベアと打ち破ればゲーム版は消え去るそしてその駒であるあんたも消え去るあんたが享受できるゴールは完全にいいえ私の名において宣言するわこの絶対の魔女
I was gonna say, Lambda Delta could be lying, but this seems like her wheelhouse is the whole certainty thing. I mean, she could be being evasive too, by saying Anji won't get exactly what she wants, but, you know, she could still get an okay deal.
煙に巻いたと言うべきあんたに救いがあるかのように誤解させた
I'm not gonna say Burncastle is exactly heroic here. She's probably tricking you a little bit too. Everybody's tricking each other. All the witches are tricksy.
どう勝利を収めようとも私のところに家族は帰ってこない。
帰ってこない絶対に
Zip tiny. See, I can do it too.
絶対の魔女が絶対にって言ってるの。これってすごいことよ。
私に絶対が与えられたくて歴史的建造物を
Which
捧げた
ones?
古代の
Which historical buildings?
私はそれを気前よくあった
I think you're lying about that part. I've not heard of any historical buildings dedicated to Lambda Delta.
これってばとっても素敵でキュートでマーベラスなことなのよ。
It's a good face.
でも一つだけいい提案がある
Oh, what's the deal you're offering? She's offering a counter deal to Burns. Damn, I'm getting completely overwhelmed. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now I started to be overwhelmed by this witch, Lambda Delta. To the void.
私の相手はベルンだあんたじゃない私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得ると最初から私はそういう話をすると言っているのだから耳を貸しなさい貸すしかないのよあんたには
Anji seems very upset at this point.
いいんでしょ。
I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Anji, but at some point I stopped being Anji. That's right, I'm Anji, not Anji. It's very funny to say out loud. Who am I? I'm not my parents' child, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game.
そこまで悲観することはないわだってよく考えて今あんたはバトラお兄ちゃんに出会えているわ確かに自らの名を名乗ることはできないけれどそれでも少なくとも魔女と戦うゲーム
Battler's strongest ally.
いつまでも永遠に一緒にいることができる意味わかる
Anji is supposed to be said in English? Oh, okay. Wait. I'm not sure how you, like, because they've been saying every character's name in English, right? They didn't say, like, whatever Anji would be in Japanese. They've been pronounced, so, like, is it like, phonetic, then? So, like, Ange instead of Anji? I can't stand it, but I understand. In other words, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it will continue forever. Oh, Anj is spelled in English letters? That makes sense. That makes sense. That's usually what capital letters in something like this represent. Either that or, like, one of the different alphabets. Yeah, it's like Dio versus Dio. Or Shiki and Shiki. Continuing to tie means continuing the game for eternity. And it means that I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece. But if Oni-chan wins or loses and the curtain closes on the game,
駒であるあんたは消える
what a monkey wrench has been thrown into the
ゲ
works.
ームの駒の幸せは何ゲームで遊んでもらうことだけ押し入れにしまわれて埃をかぶることじゃないわそうでしょ
In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right. I am now the witch's furniture.
話を少し変えるわね実は私このゲーム
Right, okay, so is this gonna be Anji's new thing, trying to get Beato and Battler to tie every time? Is that how she's gonna be the third pillar
終
now?
わらないゲームは永遠の終わり
Because I was like, it seems a little unfair that we get like two Battlers.
ベルンを今度こそ屈服させる未来永劫に開かれることのない絶対密室ベアトはね一応は勝つ気があるバトラを屈服させるという勝利でもね実はそれも私には困るのよ
Yeah, Lambda Delta is playing.
ゲームが終わっちゃったら
She said as much in one of the tea parties that she's functionally playing Beato and Burncastle against each other because she really just wants to keep Burncastle trapped forever. So she can't actually help Beato win because if she does, the game's over and Burncastle is no longer trapped.
だから私バトラが屈服することだけはないようにある程度の手心を
She's playing both sides.
安心して。マトラが屈服しかけると私は彼の味方になったりもしてるのよ。ただね、どうもベア君たちそれにうすうす気づき出してる気がする。このゲームに自分の勝ちは永遠にないんじゃないかって気づき始めてる気がする。でもそこはさすが無限の魔女。ベアとはバカだからそれでもきっ
She's
と
dumb.
勝てる。それまで延々と無限にゲームを繰り返せばいいと楽観してるわ。金髪の女は大変
Wait, you're blonde. Also, hey, I'm not dumb. I'm not a moron. You're insulting yourself.
勝利の敗北もないってことなの？
私が勝たせない。
Are you some sort of fake blonde Lambda Delta? Is that why you say that? Are you dyeing your roots? Are you bleaching your hair? Show me.
絶対にベルンはそれに気づいてる。そしてそれを破るために最も強力な駒としてあんたを見つけ送り込んできた。このゲームを終わらせるためにね。
このゲームを終わらせる？
終われば困る役目ははっきり断言する。あんたは存在が矛盾してるのよ。
Contradictions. I've played enough Ace Attorney to know I hate those. Or sometimes they're useful. My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
負けられない。そして勝っても報われない。だから私は第三の選択肢
Do nothing. That's your third choice. Be neutral.
そしてその選択肢は私とあなたの利害を一致させるわ。
Continuing the tie for all eternity?
そう。永遠に引き分け続ける限りこの世界は崩壊しない。この世界は何？魔女とのゲームの世界。ベアトとバトラが永遠に戦い続ける世界。そして同時にあなたが永遠にバトラと一緒にいられる世界なのよ。
Isn't that what you wanted? My head was spinning. That confusion became a hot liquid and I felt it pouring from my eyes. It was so hot that it felt like it had burned my face. ねえ。
エンジェPt.18ゲームを終わらせあなたとバトラの交流できる世界を終わらせようとするのが目的のベルンカステルにあの子はあんたを騙してたのよ。自分の駒になればあんたが救われるかのようにごまかして
We do a little trolling.
でも私はそこをごまかさない。だから言うわエンジェ。私の駒になりなさい。私はベルンのように絶対にもらえない嘘のご褒美なんてちらつかせないわ。私の駒となる。このゲームが絶対に終わらないように私に協力する限り私はあんたにこの世界が絶対に続くことを我が名に置いて
She sure likes saying certainly a lot.
それだけじゃないわ。ボーナス
I
に
guess it makes sense though.
あなたに課せられているルールそれを取り払ってあげる。
Oh.
まあもちろん私の駒になると誓ってもらった後に
In my own throat, there was a thick, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture, one that cares about nothing but being by Oni-chan's side.
兄を裏切れと言ってるわけじゃないんだからね。バトラが負けそうになったら全力で助ければいい。
Yeah, because you don't want him to lose, but you also don't want him to win.
少し加減を変えてあげてほしいと。その程度のお願いをしてるの。大丈夫。バトラを裏切るほどの必要はないわ。バトラ一人じゃベアトには勝てない。
Yeah, he's a little bitch.
あんたを送り込んだんでしょ。
He really sucks. He needs an assist.
バトラは永遠にベアトには勝てない。とっても簡単
Oh, there's more laughing. More laughing after the jump. That's the end of that scene. This is a bad time for Anji. I love Lambda Delta, yeah. She's pretty entertaining so far. Oh, are we back in 98 now? Thought this was about Rokonjima? Wrong. I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly. Owned. I was already used to the oldest and the third oldest sister arguing with each other. Even though they're both so quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. They might be surprisingly like each other. Yeah, I didn't expect the stakes to be such unique characters in this scenario. Like, I figured they would kind of stay as the big murder girls, but now they're just besties with Anji in 1998. Or, you know, sometime before 1998. Sometime between 1986 and 1998.
エンジ様、早く次のページ。エンジ様は読むのが遅い。マモンは読書が好きなの？地味なことが一番苦手そうに見えるのにね。マモンが司るのは強欲、知識欲にもそれは通じます。
Sure it does.
ただし、
I guess that makes
独占
sense.
したがるので、本を与えると人に読ませまいと。読書後に焼いてしまうこともあるのでご注意を。
Burn after reading.
私は誰も知らないことを私だけが知っているのが好き。誰もできないことを私だけができるのが好き。だから勉強は好き。練習は好き。私だけが誰も知らない英知を独り占めしたいから。
As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see the greed that made her covet the page even more thoroughly than I did. As you can see, my magical power has grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. By now, I've gotten so that I can summon all of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I'd been young back then, so I don't remember the details of its location. Still, I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun. Together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan, it was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the 7 Sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything, because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it. As long as they don't make me wear those. Yeah, that's fair. I was sitting on a stylish bench memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They'd been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive, but I've already spat out all those complaints. I've already voiced my constant and furious anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with friends. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the occult message bottle I hated, it seemed that several of them even attacked my family. But I don't believe that, and it's pointless to question them about it. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. What I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice, or else that ringleader of the Ushiromiya's suspicion, Aunt Eva.
エンジ様早く次のページ
So I just never asked them questions about the truth or anything. I never did that for some reason.
少し休憩させて。
Even though I was so desperate to know the truth.
エンジ様休憩だって遊ぼうエンジ様遊ぼう
When they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. And that wasn't all. Oh, hi, Maria. And also Skrunkly. Even Maria One-chan and Sakataro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they wouldn't interrupt my studying.
ウリュウエンジお勉強どう元
Attack!
ちょっと私にもモフモフさせて。
Girlies,
早
attack!
い者勝ちだっていつも言ってるでしょ。ああ、かわいいかわいい。
ウキュー潰れちゃうよウリュ
七姉妹が揃ってる時に現れたのが運の尽きだ。おとなしくモフモフされてもらおう。
もういっつもこんなにしてしまって。愚昧な姉と妹どもが申し訳ありません。
サクタロもみんなに会えて喜んでるよ
He's just a little complainer.
どうエンジお勉強の調子は
ありがとう。まあそこそこには。ご丁寧にも他のクラスで先にあった小テストのプリントが回してもらえたの。麗しい連帯感に涙が出るわ。とりあえず年表を頭に入れるだけでもまあ。
ウリュエンジお勉強偉いいっぱい点数取れる
I
よ
was thinking earlier, you know, when Anji said she didn't want to be put into the Steak Sisters outfit. I think that's
お疲
fine.
れ様
Their outfits are okay. They're a little tacky in my opinion.
マリアお勉強は全然ダメだったから
But they got good
ちゃん
color
と勉強すれ
coordination.
ば点数が取れるエンジが羨ましいよ
ご冗談を。英語、ラテン語、オカルトの知識。そんなのを丸暗記できてるお姉ちゃんの方がよっぽどすごいわ。
This girl has
マリアは
memorized Latin at the
魔
age
法
of
のお勉
9.
強は何でも覚えられるけどつまんないお勉強は何も
Yes, we know
覚え
you're
られない
neurodivergent. We know this.
テストでも何も役に
We
立た
know
ない
this, Maria. Don't worry.
確かにオカルトの知識はどうかと思うけど、英語なんかは成績に結びつくんじゃない？
小学校1年生の時国語のテストで鉄砲のイラストの脇に四角が4マスあってそこに名前を書きなさいって問題があった。ライフルって書いたら×だった。
どうして？合ってるじゃない。
鉄砲が正解でカタカナは小学1年生では習わないからダメだと言われた。
Yeah.
マリアはよくわからないからその日以来テストでは全てひらがなで書くようにしたよ。でもなぜかママには怒られる。先生にも怒られる。
This is like you're not even trying to like make it subtle. This is just literally what kids with autism and ADHD do.
お姉ちゃんは
This is literally a real thing.
間違えたわ。
ならマリア、魔女の国に生まれて魔法学校に入りたかった。そうしたらもっともっと素敵な魔法の友達がいっぱいいたかもね。うりゅう。
At least Maria, Anji's weird tulpa Maria is accurate to the real one.
でも別に今は何も気にしてないよ。だって魔法はいっぱい使えるし魔法のお友達もたくさんいる。マリアにはサクタロがいれば十分だもの。僕だけじゃな
I
いよ。
don't know what's going on with Sakataro's medal. The scarf was Maria gave it to him. It was from her closet. It had, I think she said it had some sort of school patch on it or something. I think it's from a school.
サクスケもサク吉も動物の音楽隊もアザラシの下田くんもウサギのサナエさんも小豚のピゴーくんも
That's a lot.
他にもいっ
I
ぱい
really hope I don't have to meet all of these animal freaks. Incredible. The number of One-chan's friends kept increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names for her friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakataro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends.
どう？七姉妹は仲良くやれてる？
本当に賑やかな姉妹たちよ。たまに物騒なことを言い出すけど悪くないわ。本当はサクタロみたいな可愛い子が良かったんだけど今は
もっと私の原初の魔法を学んだならきっとエンジェの好みの友達を生み出
That's
せる
right,
ように
just do
な
what
る
I
わ
did and make a bunch of imaginary
今のエンジェに
friends.
想像は
They're just as good as the real thing.
想像と召喚は違う。そして半分もまた違う。
おやっぱり一番の願いは家族を蘇らせること？
うん、よりしろは持ってるよ。これ
そうだね。その髪飾りならいつかきっとバトラーを呼び出す鍵になる。
We'll see about that.
あとはエンジェの修行次第だね。
それがいつまでかかるのかわからないのが泣けるけれど。
ウリュウ、辛くてもしっかり。エンジェが諦めなければ絶対にいつか叶うよ。
絶対に叶うという保証を誰かがくれたならきっと心も休まるでしょうにね。
ウリュウなら僕が保証する。エンジェはいつかきっと必ず願いを叶えられるよ。
ありがとう。気休めでも嬉しいわ。
気休めじゃないよ、ウリュウ。ダメだよ、エンジェ。
Sakataro doesn't know how to lie. He's just a little guy.
そういう感情は半魔法の毒素になるよ。夢は必ず叶うって気持ちが一番よく芽吹く魔力の種なんだよ。
そうね。ごめんなさい、お師匠様。
エンジ様は少し強欲さが足りないのよ。欲しいもののためにはどこまでも。
So true. So true, bestie.
絶対に諦めないという根性が足りない。ウリュウ、そんなことないよ。エンジェは頑張ってるよ。
ありがとう、サクタロ、マモン。泣き言なんて何の足しにもならないもんね。私にはただ頑張るしか道はないのよ。
Ganbare.
努力するわ。歯を食いしばってね。そして必ず夢を叶えるわ。絶対に。
ウリュウ、エンジェ偉いよ。頑張ろう。僕もママも応援する。ええ、応援します。主が強欲であればあるほど私たちの価値も上がるというもの。それよりエンジ様、せっかく10人も集まったんだし、
Uh-huh.
みんなでしりとりでもして遊ぼうって提
That
案
makes sense.
負けたら罰ゲーム。
Not dang it, Rampa.
もう、あんたの頭には食欲以外ないの？グマイどもの愚かな提案をお許しください。そろそろ勉強に戻られなくても大丈夫ですか？やだやだやだ。ずっとお勉強終わるの待ってたのに遊んでもらえないなんてやだ。
悪くない提案と思います。たまには遊ぶのも頭の良い柔軟になるから。
Yes, make your mind soft and smooth so all the bad thoughts slide right off.
ベルフェが司るのはタイダだっけ？もっともらしいことを言ってるけどうまいことを言ってるわね。
失礼しました。エンジェ様は勤勉でおられる。
I can't fall for your Satan tricks.
みんなでワイ
Or
ワ
I
イ。
guess she's Belphegor.
きっと楽しい。フリュウ、エンジェ遊ぼう遊ぼう。みんなでしりとりをやろう。
では作太郎のウリュウからスタートでこの場合何からになるの？リュ？ユ？
ウリュウからなんだろうね。やっぱりリュウ？こんなおかしな語尾の単語が出てくるなんてめったにないし。じゃあ私が一番リュウから行くね。
Okay.
時計のネジのリュウズ。
Watch crown.
私が
Oh
一番
boy,
乗り
word
たかったのに
games that don't make any sense outside of
リュ
Japanese.
ウトの方が素敵。
なんだかさっきから難しいのばっかりね。というか順番どうなってるの？次は誰？ウリュウ、誰でもいいと思うよ。思いついた人順でいいよ。何それ、面白いね。
Right, it's just like that game in English though, where you start the next word from the last letter of the previous word.
いっぱい言えた人が勝ち？
But you know, Japanese is syllabolic.
早口しりとりだね。
It's based on syllables, not letters.
じゃあ私行くね。
Fast talker.
ニンニク炒め、メカブのパスタ、どれも美味しそう。
Shihongi.
3つもいっちゃった。
ベルゼ3点獲得っと。接続詞はありなのか？
のがありになったら何でもありになっちゃうわ。最後のはダメよ。
That's right, conjunctions are for
一
cowards.
点減点。目からよ。
じゃあマリアね。メレンゲ。ゲ？ウリュウ。
下水道埋め立て地地下室。ざっとこんな感じ？お姉様、なんだか品のない単語ばっかり。
Your words are ugly and stupid.
何よ。じゃあ品のいい単語で続けてみなさいよ。とにかく私3点ね。次はつよ、つ。
こんな変なしりとり初めて。面白い。ウリュウ。全然わかんないけど面白い。ウリュウ。
I played normal Shiratori before, but I've never experienced a Shiratori this weird. There's only the lively seven sisters, Maria One-chan, Sakutaro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy. Without a single friend in my class. But despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch like Maria One-chan. And someday I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan. And if possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan, and the other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing, and we'll all gather together. Well, you know what, you can skip out on Kinzo, maybe.
そうよ。私はそれを叶えるまで絶対にくじけない。
I don't think we need him back very much.
園児様はきっと大魔女になられます。あなたがそうだと信じるだけで。
You gotta believe!
我ら煉獄の七姉妹はその日まで常におそばにお仕えするでしょう。いてくれる？いつまでも私の力に。
What a foregone tragedy this is. We already know the outcome of this.
だって私園児様の友達じゃないですか。
That's right, we're a pair of besties.
そうね。常に全員揃ってみんなで遊びましょう。今もこれからもずっと園児様が夢を叶えられる日まで。
The lively 10-person game of Shiritori, alongside a street cut off from time under the constantly bright rays of the sun, could have continued forever. But it didn't.
マジほんと。どういうわけ、後宮さん。
In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, But if you could manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests.
あらかじめ問題が分かってたら普通楽勝じゃない？楽勝。
さすがの私たちも空欄に答えまでは書き込みませんでしたわ。その程度はお勉強してくれると信じてましたから。
Well, it's fucking over for you,
何
Anj.
これ。ちょっとマジこれ信じらんない。ほとんどダメじゃない。あんた本当にちゃんと予習したわけ？一応一応ってレベルじゃありませんことよ、後ろ宮さん。
What cruel fate.
ここまでひどいと私めまいすらしそうですわよ。お神よ。
Oh, I thought she was gonna say God in English for a second.
こんな簡単
おー
なテスト
神が
で成績を残し
Thought she was just gonna go, oh God!
クラス全体の平均点をガタ打ちさせる彼女をどうかお許しくだ
Why
さい。
does this even matter? What is the average score for the class of even matter? What does that affect? The same test had been given in another class first. That test paper had been obtained, so the average score for our class had been unusually high, enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. If I'd spent the entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun playing Shiratori with the seven sisters, Sakataro and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria One-chan. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakataro had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgetting to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the seven sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he?
ねえ、聞いてる後ろ宮さん。
Nope. No, she's in the dream world. They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. They were annoying, smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face.
相変わらずおかしな学校ね。自分の成績が良かったなら万々歳じゃないの？
連帯責任とやらのせいでしょ。彼女らにとって自分の成績がどうこうじゃなくて、クラスの平均点が低くて恥ずかしい方が問題なのよ。あるいはその結果、罰則として与え
Oh,
ら
I
れる
see.
奉仕活動が嫌で嫌で
That's
仕方ないのかも
stupid.
しれない。
This system is
それって
stupid.
つまり成績を良くした
Instead
い
of
から勉
blaming
強してるとか
classmates,
じゃな
I
く
would
て
simply blame the institution that forced the system upon me.
連帯責任や奉仕活動が嫌だから勉強してるって意味？妬ましくて恥ずかしいのよ。誰かより劣りたくない。恥ずかしめられたくない。そんな気持ちだけが彼女らを勉強に駆り立ててる。
勉強がしたければ勝手にすればいいのに。
I know.
騒がしい奴ら。
つまるところ、連帯責任も奉仕活動もなければ、彼女らは勉強などする気もないわけだ。
I know, what horrible bitches
勉
they
強
are.
の意味も知らず勉強することの、なんと愚かしいことか。
しかし本当にこいつらはうるさくてバカバカしい。エンジェ様の貴重な昼の一時を邪魔するなと言うのに。こいつら嫌い。早くどっか行っちゃえ。お腹すいた。
Why don't they just kill him? That's what I would do. I'd be like, Umfi's kill.
ごめんね、みんな。
I don't think they can even if they wanted to.
どうしてここまで浅ましいのかしらね。
I don't think they can appear so fully as to actually physically harm
自
somebody.
分で努力するよりエンジ様に努力させる方が楽で強欲に平均点を稼げるってことでしょ。人間なんてみんな強欲。そしてより楽なようにそれを強いる。こいつらとはやがて煉獄の山で再会するわ。第五感を抜けるときはせいぜい己が足元
We'll
に
get
注意す
him
ることね。
in about 60 to 80 years. Mammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Since she's saying this, you can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven won't be an easy one. No, on the contrary, let them just fall into hell. This doesn't feel like it would be very comforting to Anji. It's like, we'll get them when they die, in a while. The class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. Which meant that every day, all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. The Academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. I know, yeah, no, bad times for Anji all the times. After school in the classroom, dozens of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They loathed me all this time, and they rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. So I've avoided their community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So, even in this group that was enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me like they always did in the past.
言ってくれれば私たちいくらでも教えてあげたよ。ね
I doubt that. Nah. They were getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tacked on
え。後ろ宮
excuses.
さんの悪いところはね、協調性がないところなのよ。自分さえ良ければいいって思ってる。その考えがいけないのよ。セールチーヤの学び屋に集う者は協調の心を持つように。
That's lame. I like being as uncooperative as possible.
ちゃんと生徒手帳にも明記されてましてよ。
Why should I cooperate with anyone who isn't me?
協調性があればクラス全体に貢献するために一緒にお勉強しようという意思も生まれると思うの。そここそが後ろ宮さんにお勉強以前に欠けている部分だと思うんだけど、どう思う？ねえ。
Oh, that went on longer than I thought it would.
私たちの話を聞いてる？あなたのために私たちはわざわざ放課後に残って
For
こう
my
してお
sake?
話ししてい
I
るのよ。
don't think so. I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. Seems it was accepted right away. Which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here. That's insane. Ushiramiya Hanji got a low score on her test and caused trouble for her classmates.
違うでしょ。成績が低くて迷惑をかけたってのは根本じゃないでしょ。協調性でしょ、協調性。もうなんで後宮さんの反省文の書き方まで私たちが指導しなくちゃならないのよ。
Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their directions and erased it. Ushiramiya Anji didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates.
ねえちょっと私たちが言ったのをそのまま書いても意味ないのよ。
This sucks. I would kill them.
あんた反省って意味分かってんの？自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ意味がないじゃない。自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ。後宮さんってちょっと不思議な子だなって思ってたけど、やっぱり変わってるよね。
Even following their directions didn't change their jeers much, and now it just felt like they were mocking me even more. So, for several more hours, without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. End scene. At about 9 that night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I had been coerced into writing them down, and even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that, beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people.
ほら早く読み上げなさいよ。後ろ宮さん
Damn, don't these bitches got other shit to do? They've been here for 5 hours.
少しは感謝したら。そこで感謝の気持ちが湧かないという時点でもう協調性がかけらほどもないのよね。
Like, this is all you got going on in your lives? How
大
pathetic.
丈夫よ後ろ宮さん。これからは私たちがいつも一緒にいてあげるから。一緒にお勉強して生まれ変わりましょう。ね。
As I stood by my seat, surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze towards the blackened page. And then, I spoke those humiliating words, but right away, jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read it. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation wrote in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, that was my true field of vision. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes.
エンジしっかり
Maria, One-chan, and Sakataro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized that even cheap words of compassion could hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads.
何なのよこいつら最低のやつら腹渡が煮えくり返るわよエンジ様を寄ってたかってなぶり物にして何が楽しいわけ
Yeah, I don't know. Why don't you explain what's so fun about gathering around someone and torturing them? Maybe you can explain that emotion. Murder stakes?
最低のやつら。エンジェ様。ここはご自身の名誉のために怒り狂うことが許される場面です。怒りは正当な感情で正当な反応。ここで怒らなかったらどこで怒るんですか
Get mad. Get so mad it drives you mad.
やめなさいよ安っぽくエンジェ様を怒らせないでそれができたらもうやってるわよエンジェ様は
怒って状況が改善できるならそうすべきだだが客観的に判断してそれはますますに状況を悪化させるだけだろう屈辱的だが
That's true, Asmina. It really does feel like the sisters here. They retain their basic personalities, but they become what Anji needs, right? Just like what Beatrice needed, which were killing tools.
ふざけないでよ私は耐えられないこいつらが許せない
みんな騒がないでエンジェの負担になっちゃうよ
負担何言ってんのよここは騒ぐところでしょ私たち家具は主が侮辱されているのを見て冷静でいられるほど残酷じゃないエンジェ様そんな侮辱の文章を読む義務はありません怒りの声を上げられないならせめてその屈辱の文面を床に叩きつけて口汚く罵らなくていい
That would be cool though if you did that. It would be kind of raw.
ただ渾身の力でそのノートを床に叩きつけて、それだけのことでエンジ様は強い意志を示すことができる。勝手なことを言わないで。言ってるでしょ。それができるもんならエンジ様だってとっくにやってる。
一時の感情の爆発は何も解決しない。むしろエンジェ様に対する風当たりを
I really don't feel like this is helpful.
なぜわからん。
I feel like you're doing a bad job of helping. All of 9 of you.
エンジ様は悪くないのに、なんでこんな目に遭う
Especially not you, the screaming and crying and shitting
の。
one.
も食べさせてもらえないで、放課後からずっとこんななんて嫌。
今夜だけじゃないわ。今日も明日も明後日もいい加減にしてこんな屈辱耐えられない。
ねえ、私たちの話本当に聞こえてる？
Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the Seven Sisters speaking on my behalf in my heart. My hair was lifted upwards, one of my hair ornaments came off, and I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again.
なんで私たちがこんなに真剣に話してるのにいつも聞いてないわけ？右の耳から左の耳ってやつ？それとも馬の耳に念仏かしら？あんたいい加減にしてよね。私たち全員に迷惑かけてるって自覚本気であるの？
This is not going great places, I
私たちに
think.
言われてるからいやいや書いたとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。あんたが本当に自分の意思で反省できるま
This
で
is gonna
マ
end
ジで終わんない
in a
からね。
couple ways, neither of them good.
今日だけじゃないよ。明日も明後日もマジで続くからね。あんまり舐めてんじゃないわよ。つーかさ、なんでまだ生きてんの？生きてられる？普通。私なら死んじゃうね。
That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about right there.
だってさ、生きてるだけで迷惑かけてるだけでしょ。私だったら絶対に生きてられない。うんうん、私だったら死ぬね。その方が世の中のためになるならすぐにでも死んじゃうよ。ねえ。じゃあ死んでよ。
So true, Asmodem. She should absolutely take some of the Stakes' advice and just start being really mean. I mean, whatever, it's not like things can get any worse. And it might just lead to her getting kicked out of the school, which, I mean, sure, that would make Eva worse, but whatever.
エンジ様、こいつら全員今すぐ殺して。
Yeah, that's the stuff.
ルシファー、聞こえた？
That's what I'm talking about. This is what I want to see. The carnage. You should do this. You should kill them now. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's do it. I'm all for it. You should absolutely kill your enemies. For some reason, Lucifer hesitated. I think they're just like weird ghosts right now. I don't think they physically can even if they wanted to. That's what I love to hear. That's the good stuff. It's always justified to take revenge against people who hurt you. Violently. If they had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center, I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily, ready to regret and repent, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that. And yet, Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face and didn't move to carry out my order. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I? Boo! You should have done it! Cowardly. What happened to the cool murder sisters I knew?
最初から知ってたんだから。エンジェ様。
I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms, but it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze. So she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. Well, you gotta hurt someone, and these people aren't listening to you? See, this is what happens when the minions don't listen. This is what the final straw looks like, so you better watch out.
役立たずが、役立たずが。あんたなんて大嫌い。消えてしまえ。あんたなんて所詮私の中の妄想じゃ。
Oh no, the anti-magic toxin. Hopelessness and disappointment, resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound like you'd hear from a frozen lake surface during a fierce winter rang out just once. At the same time, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by a violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless fissures. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. There she goes! Wee 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 wee. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it crumbled to the floor.
知女は誰？レビアタン？私の命令を実行して、今すぐにこいつらを皆殺しにして。
Do it!
いえ、そのヘンジ様、どうかお気を沈めてお聞きください。私たちはその。
Yeah, it's time to go sicko mode, baby. Somebody's gonna get it if you don't fucking kill these girls. I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're going to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. Oh, this is like a remix of the Golden Slaughter. This is pretty good. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, it probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. So seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sisters shake even harder.
どうして私の命令を聞いてくれないの？どうしてよ！恐れながら、現在のこの場は反魔法力が非常に強く。何よそれ？人間がいるからダメってどういう理屈？人間を殺すのがあんたたちの役目でしょ。
Yeah, it is kind of your job.
それができないならあんたたちは何のための家具なのよ。死ね。お許しください。エンジェ様。
Owned. As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. Apparently the neck is the most slender part of all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet.
人間が多いからダメなの？じゃあ私が後でこいつらを一人ずつ物陰に呼び出せたら。
Yeah, see, that's a good plan. I support this one.
全員を血祭りにできるというの？
現在のレンジ様の魔力では私たちと会話する程度はたやすいでしょう。お怒りは深く理解できますが、たとえ我らを攻撃に使えたとしても、この場の全員を殺害することはかえって状況を悪くするだけです。屈辱的とは思いますが、どうかこの場は怒りを収められて。
Nope, that's the wrong answer. See, this is what punishment for failure looks like, minions. You better do your best. You better do everything I tell you, or you'll end up like this.
反魔法力が高いからできないっていう？私に魔力が足りないからできないっていう？なら全員を殺せとは言わないわ。たった一人でいいから殺してみなさいよ。今 今すぐこの場で。
As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they'd been able to obey my order, they probably would have carried it out immediately. And yet here they were, crouching down. Empty, sad, and pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers.
やだやだエルゼ怖いよエルゼエンジ様許してください許してください死にたくない
死になさいよ、使えない家具。どうして生きてるのあんたたち。生きてる価値がないのになんで生きてるわけ。
It's a good point. She's kind of spitting.
死ねばいいじゃん。死になさいよ。というかむしろ死ね。使い道のない家具を置いとくバカがいると思う。
Erase yourselves. Now.
やめてくださいエンジ様
Oh, and what about you, Bessie? Will even you refuse to do what I tell you?
ママ、あなただけは私の命令を遂行してくれるの。そうよね。私の一番のお友達だもんね。あなただけはやってくれるわよね。こいつらを。
今のエンジ様には私たちを刺激しても
I disagree on what on what Hanji is capable of.
主にできることを手伝うの
I think you should go for it.
主にすらできないことを私たちにはすることができないエンジ様はこいつらが憎いですか憎いですよね殺したくなる気持ちよくわかりますええどうぞならば殺しましょうよエンジ様エンジ様自らがその手を血に染めるならば我ら煉獄の七姉妹
Sounds good to me.
しましょうともどこまでも
Go for it, bestie.
からあんたたちに頼んでるんでしょ。私にできないことをできるからあんたたちは家具なんでしょ。
ええ家具です使われてこそ家具ですどうぞ我らを使って殺してください殺すのはあなたですエンジ様エンジ様が殺したいというならどうぞご自由にためらうことはありま
This
せん
seems like a situation that's easy to solve. Just go for it, girl, honestly.
そこまでの覚悟が伴って初めて自らの手を汚す覚悟があって初めて我らはそれをお手伝いいたしましょうでもエンジ様はそれに至っていない
Remember, it's always good to take violent revenge on people who hurt you.
語るな家具が妄想がもう分かってるわよ。皆まで言わせないでよ。あんたたちには何もできない。あんたたちは所詮私の妄想幻想アクチューム。私には初めから友達なんて一人もいないわ。
It's Ogre.
孤独な私が心の中に生み出したお友達ごっこの幻影でしょ。知ってたのよ最初っから。
ええそうです
Wait, what?
エンジ様の頭の中の幻想ですけど何か
Yeah, we're Topeless. That's how it
そう
works.
です私たちは友達のただ一人もいやしない寂しいエンジ様の心を慰めるため
I know the girls are fighting. You hate to see it. Girl bosses should kill together, not fight each other. Why do we have to pit successful women against each other?
私たちなんか見ないであそこで囲まれて罵声を浴びせられているあなたに戻るといいほらほら戻りなさいよおかえりなさいな現実に都合のいい時だけ私たちを呼び出してお友達ごっこで自分の手を汚す覚悟もないくせにそれをけしかけダメと分かったら否定して消し去るええどうぞお楽しみくださいよエンジェ様が期待されるように
I know, she's really going for the gut here, Mammon is. It's the ones that are closest that know how to hurt the most.
私たちにも同
同じように浴びせかけて胸の内をスーッとさせればいいです。それもまた家具の役目。ムカついて床に叩きつけられることもまた椅子の大事なお役目ですか
So
ら。
true.
その程度のことで主の不機嫌を一時でも受け止められたなら、家具としてこれほどの栄誉はありません。殺しなさいよ、否定しなさいよ、あなたの最初で最後の友達を。
At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face, but for some reason it looked splashed with tears. There she goes! Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor. Well, that's it. You erased all your imaginary friends. Now what? Well, okay, I guess Sakataro and Maria are left. You wouldn't smash poor little Sakataro, would you? He's so scrunkly.
今の演者は少し冷静じゃないだけ。だから近寄っち
Yeah,
ゃダメだよ。
let's back off.
みんなは七姉妹のみんなは生きてるの？死んじゃったの？大丈夫だよ。とても無残な姿だけど、あれは人間界を強制退去させられて残された
Deported.
よりしろの三子。抜け
Their
られない。
visas were denied.
だから大丈夫。とても傷ついただろうけど無事だよ。みんな生きてるよ。きっといつかまた会えるよ。ウリュ、よかった。よかった。エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条
Oh
約
no.
に違反した。同盟の魔女はお互いを敬い認め合わなくちゃならないの。
That's right, they can't harm each other's furniture.
みんなエンジェの大切なお友達だったのに。
そんな魔女の同盟なんて関係ない。魔法の音、私が殺したわ。消し去った。私が七姉妹を砕け散らせた。
ウリュ、そんなのひどいよ。ひどいよ。
もう魔女ごっこはいい加減にして。お願いだから、マリアお姉ちゃんもサクタロも自ら消えてほしい。
Leave me
私
alone.
が殺して消したなんて妄想の中ですらしたくないから。
僕たちは妄想なんかじゃないよ。
They kind of are.
エンジェのお友達だよ。ウリュ。
Sakataro said that as he hid behind Maria One-chan, sobbing. Sakataro doesn't exist. Sakataro is also an imaginary creature One-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness. Oh, there you go. We're gonna smash him too.
痛いよ。マリア。
They're like fairies in Peter Pan. If you don't believe in them enough, they just die.
なんで？ウリュ。ウリュ。やめて。
Sounds of dying Uryus.
私のお友達を否定することだけは許さない。
The same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakataro as well. But Maria One-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakataro's form didn't break and scatter. One-chan glared at me sharply. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before.
サクタロは私の家具。エンジェには消せないよ。なのに否定しようとするのは魔女にとって最大級の侮蔑も同じだよ。
サクタロなんて最初から存在しないわ。ただのライオンのぬいぐるみ。それをお姉ちゃんがあたかも存在するかのように脳内で妄想して人格化したただの幻なのよ。
Ooh, get her.
そんなことないよ。サクタロはマリアのお友達なの。元はぬいぐるみだけど今はぬいぐるみじゃないの。
いいえ、ぬいぐるみだわ。布と綿でできたぬいぐるみ。自ら喋れも動きもしない。お姉ちゃんはそれを
I know they're arguing about this again.
喋ってるだけじゃない。それが魔法？
I can tell you have the same voice
それが魔
actors.
女？それが友達？そんなの私は認めないわ。
ウリュ、僕じゃないの。僕はただ
Oh, there he goes.
本当は喋れなくて。
Now he doesn't even believe in himself. He's dying.
お友達じゃないの。
Dying Uryu's the death rattle Uryu. As though struck with the high fever, Sakataro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing, but his body began to gradually slip down. As he did, One-chan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face.
やめて。半魔法の毒でサク太郎を焼かないで。いじめないで。侮辱しないで。否定しないで。マリアお姉ちゃん変だな。サク太郎なんかいないよ。ぬいぐるみはぬいぐるみだもん。布と綿でできてるってママに習ったもん。歩いたり喋ったりなんかできるわけないよ。うりサク太郎サク太郎
Oh no!
ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。友達だもん。
I know, we're destroying this being with facts and logic. This is what's gonna happen to Beato if Battler wins, I guess.
ぬいぐるみ遊びなんかよりみんなでお外で遊ぶ方がいい。ぬいぐるみもう飽きた。返事なんかもう知らない。なんでそんなこと言うの。嫌い嫌い嫌い嫌い嫌い大嫌い。絶好だ絶好だ。もう魔女の仲間に
Oh,
な
no.
ってあげない。原初の魔女見習いマリアの名において魔女見習いエンジェをマリアージュ・ソルシエール魔女同盟より署名とする。
And then, what had been a peaceful daze to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that really was magic or whether those really were my friends, or else nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream, so that became the truth. Perhaps, in the farther future, I'll observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I'll acknowledge that it wasn't a daydream, that the Seven Sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria One-chan and Sakutaro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here and now is the only world with the real me. I'm starting to get a whiff of themes. Where's the real me? The person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembled broken glass sculptures, that girl who's breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers, and who's hanging her head, her eyes red. Isn't the me over there the real me? I won't dream anymore. Because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return to myself to the cage made of flesh.
ねえ、話聞こえてますかしら。いつまでもうつむいていても何の解決にもなりませんわよ。
聞こえてるわ。
ああ、やっと返事した。このまま黙ってれば終わるとか、泣けば許してもらえるとか、そういうこと考えてるんじゃないの？あんた、自覚あるかって聞いてるのよ。自分が周りに迷惑かけてるって自覚があるのかって聞いてんのよ。
I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged that I had slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. To separate myself from and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that.
私、後ろ宮エンジェは協調性がなくてクラスメートに迷惑をかけました。それは勉強ができないためクラスメート全体に対し過度の劣等感を持っていたからと高まりません。私は生きてても仕方ありません。
Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they'd made me write. It was me improvising, and it was what was in my heart. They noticed that it wasn't what they'd anticipated, but while they did frown, no one spoke. So I continued.
そうです。私は生きてても仕方がなかった。1986年のあの日に。なのに、私だけが連れて行ってもらえなかった。どうして私はここにいるのでしょう。ここは私のいる世界じゃない。誰も助けてくれません。一時私の中に生まれた架空の友人たちだけが私を助けてくれるような気がしていました。でも友人たちは所詮は妄想で。だってここは妄想の世界じゃなくて現実の世界だから。
I hope everybody's having a fun time in this stream.
だからつまり私は今日までずっと現実のクラスメートを嫌い、妄想の友人たちとの交流の中だけに生きた。その友人たちとはさっき決別しました。だから私がここにいます。家族もいません。友人も捨てました。もう私には何も残っていません。どうして死なないの？さっきそう聞いた人がいました。その通りだと思います。どうして私は1986年の私は死んでいるはずだったんです。きっと死んだんです。なのに私の殺された魂は未だにこの肉の檻に閉じ込められている。誰かに求めよう。それに誰も答えてくれないなら自分で死よう。誰か私を死なせてください。
I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls, shocked girls, girls whose faces seemed to be saying, "What the heck is this kid talking about?" And, a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this girl alright?" Whisper, chatter, and then giggle. When I ordered the friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill me, but of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that, including this world, absolutely everything is a daydream? Then there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head, my life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. That's alright. Fade farther and farther away and take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one, and I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human except other humans. Hey Maria, how you doing?
エンジがそう思ったならそれがエンジの世界。エンジはこれで幸せになれる？エンジがそれでしか幸せになれないと信じたならもうそれしかない。カゴの中にいる青い鳥をそうだと認められないならどこまでも探しに行かざるを得ない。ウリュウ、マリアとエンジェはもう絶好なの？ 絶交なんかじゃないよ。エンジェがそれを求めたからそうしただけ。
I see.
私たち魔女は時に迫害を受けるけれども、
You know, for all the
常
murders.
にみんなの身近にある。そしてきっとその助けを求められる。
Maria seems to have a very different view of witches than literally every other witch in the
エ
game.
ンジェもまた僕たちと遊んでくれる日が来る？来ないでそのまま忘れてしまうこともあるかもしれない。人の世ではそれを成長や決別と呼ぶから。でも
If Anji just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And until then, we'll be waiting. Well, that was something, huh? That's the end of that scene. Okay, are we back in that hotel room where she passed out?
ウリュウ、マリア、返事して。
Oh, it's like baby Maria again.
ウリュウ、やっぱり僕はぬいぐるみ
What point in time are we even anymore?
布と綿でできてるから喋れるわけないの？だからマリアとはおしゃべりできないの？
Where are we? What's going on? When are we? Sakataro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness.
聞こえてるよ、サクタロウ。サクタロウは布と綿でできたぬいぐるみなんかじゃないよ。マリアのお友達だよ。エンジなんか嫌い。ウリュウ、マリアごめんね。マリアごめんね。ウリュウ。
Sakataro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he'd caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. What are you doing? Sakataro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her and gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness.
ごめんね。もう泣いても仕方ないもんね。エンジェとは喧嘩しちゃったけど。
Okay, so
マリアにはまだたくさん友達がいるよ。
what is like actual baby Maria in contact with Anj in the future somehow? Oh my god. This is a lot. This is so much.
僕だけじゃない。
Because this is like regular Maria. She's not in the witch outfit.
みんなもいるよ。
And these are the backgrounds they used for her house.
サクスケもサク吉も
I have no clue how the timeline works anymore.
他にも
Deity Diamond, I can't answer your questions. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat.
みんなマリアのこと心配してるよ。どうしたらマリアが元気になってくれるかなってずっと相談しているよ。みんなはエンジェみたいに
Like,
いなくならない
to Maria is Anja made a friend, and then to Anj is Maria made a friend in a different... These are like different realities.
僕たちはいつだって一緒だよ。本当にサクタロたちは家でしか一緒じゃないよ。
Yeah, I know, that's exactly what I mean. It's before Rokenjima.
ママと一緒にお出かけ
So
で
it's
きない
extra
し
confusing. That doesn't clear up any of my confusion. But first, we have to talk about parallel universes.
先生に見つかったら怒られちゃうもん。でも見つからないならいつだって一緒にいていいんだよ。サク太郎、大きいから見つかっちゃうね。だったら小さくて持ち歩ける子と一緒に行けばいいよ。例えばほら 森の音楽隊の仲間たちなら。ほら、小さいからマリアのポケットに隠れて一緒に学校に行けるよ。音楽隊いっぱいいるよ。
Can't break up the band. She collected all of the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There were about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it'd probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket.
なら特に仲良しのお友達だけを連れて行くといいよ。
Can't break up the band, Sakataro, come on.
音楽隊の中で一番マリアと仲良しのウサギの4人組を連れて行くといいよ。4つならポケットに入る。これなら見つからないね。だからマリアはこれで学校でも一人ぼっちじゃないよ。僕が一緒に行けないところでもこの子たちなら一緒にいてくれるよ。なら寂しくないかも。お家に帰ってくるまで我慢できるかも。ママと先生にさえ見つからなければ僕たちはいつだって一緒にいられるんだよ。
Listen, just don't take out your Game Boy and show it to the other kids, okay?
遊んでいよう。僕たちはマリアを絶対に一人ぼっちになんかさせないから。うりゃ。
Maria's expression finally regained a little of its brightness. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Anji in it. Even without Anji, it was fun with everyone. And yet, strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Anji, who had come in at the end. All that's happened is that I returned to the world right before Anji entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about.
寂しくないよ。サクタラもみんなも一緒だもん。うりゃ。マリア大好き。もう人間なんかにマリア
No
の
more
世界に
people.
は誰も立ち入らせないよ。
I'm getting the feeling that Maria and Anji have kind of opposite
マリアと
problems
ペ
here.
アとリーチェだけの二人きりの同盟。もともとペアともエンジェを加えるのには反対してたし、これでいいんだもんね。
I feel like she wouldn't have Suda because she was Kyrie's child that she had with Rudolph, and I feel like she was too young to have ever gone to any of those.
幼すぎたんだよ。エンジェのことはまた仲良しになれるまで当分を忘れていていいと思うよ。マリアがまた元気を取り戻せたら一緒に遊べばいいよ。それまで僕たちみんながずっとそばにいるからね。
Bro, what is going on?
サクタロ、みんな。
Then, Maria once again regained her former world. She regained the world that wasn't lonely, where she was surrounded by many friends. Just like usual, she didn't have any human friends at school, but her magic friends were always with her. The rabbit band she hid in her pockets talked with her during class, sounding like they were having fun. Just listening to that greatly embellished the time she spent in class. Maria made it so that, as long as Mama and the teacher didn't find out, her other friends could always be with her. When Mama told Maria to go play outside, Maria would secretly pack Sakataro and Sasuke and the rest into her bag and play together at the library or somewhere. Even when Mama was late coming home and Maria went shopping for dinner, she always went with Sakataro. The man at the convenience store and the other people were so nice to Sakataro. He sometimes gave a second portion free for Maria and Sakataro. When Mama found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing Sakataro and the rest outside. When the teacher found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakataro looks like a normal stuffed animal to them. Good old Calvin and Hobbes. After all, the convenience store man and the others say hello to Sakataro. Not all humans are hopeless. There are tons of people who, unlike Anji and Mama and teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can.
Maria-chan kai? いらっしゃい。今夜もママは帰りが遅いのかい?
It seems really weird that it happens so much. Maybe I should call Child Protective Services or something.
寂しくないの。ねえ、サクタラ。ウリュウ、今日はね、僕だけじゃないんだよ。他のお友達も一緒なんだよ。
おや、他のお友達かい? 今日はどんなお友達が一緒なんだい?
今日はね、森の音楽隊のウサギさんたちも一緒。ほら、ポケットに入ってるの。
Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at it smiling, he sent a signal to a part-timer with his chin. Then, the sign on the other register that said closed was taken down, and a voice called out for everyone to move over there. All of the people in line behind Maria lined up behind that one.
そうかそうか。マリアちゃんにはお友達がいっぱいだね。ママも早く帰ってきてくれればいいのに。
He does sound a little bit like Hideyoshi.
ママはまたお仕事が忙しくて会社にお泊ま
Hot
りなの。
Springs.
最近はよく忙しくなるの。マリアと電話でお話しする時間も全然取れない。でも寂しくないよ。マリアにはサクタラたちがいるもんね。うりゅう、ウサギの音楽隊のみんなも一緒だもん。ほら、キューキュー。
ウサギの鳴き声ってキューキューだったっけ。はて、そういや聞いたことないな。
It's more like Pion. After smiling at Sakataro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, she played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Although the shop manager gazed at this pleasantly, he had a slightly pitying look on his face. This was apparently a single-mother household where the mother had to work and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched her play around happily with her dolls and claimed that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become quite famous in this shopping district.
マリアちゃん、たまにはおでんも食べなさい。
Which is good for you.
卵とか練り物とか食べないと大きくなれないよ。
おお、クリームパンじゃダメ？ウリュウ、いろいろ食べないと大きくなれないよ。今日はおでんにしよう。お、じゃあおでんにする。
そうしなさい。おじさんが多めに入れておくよ。からしいる？
ウリュウ、
Odin is pretty good. I've had Odin once or
辛い
twice.
のは苦手。
そうかそうか。じゃあこぼさないように持って帰りな。温かいうちが美味しいよ。
Yeah, with the spicy mustard. Spicy mustard is good. I'm not usually a mustard guy, but you know, that's really just because like if you go to a burger place, like a fast food burger place, like their mustard isn't gonna be good. It's gonna be regular ass mustard in packets. You get the good stuff, and it's good. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide what her dinner would be on her own, so it was easy for the menus to get a little one-sided. So it felt fun to have a meal she hadn't anticipated.
ウリュウ、おじさん、おまけしてくれてありがとう。
お家にいる他のお友達にもよろしくね。途中でつまみ食いしちゃダメだよ。まっすぐお家へ帰ってから食べるんだよ。
おじさん、ありがとう。
Maria raised the bag with the Odin container high.
あれ、ウリュウ？
Oh boy, what
マ
now?
リア、ポケットに鍵が
Oh no. Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched all over her body. The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket. So there was no way she had to put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't there.
お財布を出した時に落とした？お財布を出してしまう時にはちゃんと手応えがあったもん。途中でポケットを探った時にもちゃんと手応えがあった。途中まではあったの。
Alright, well, gotta retrace your steps, that's all. Even though the late autumn wind had been bearable when Maria had been thinking of returning home where the heater was, now that she was confused and had lost her key, that wind tormented her. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakataro was in upside down, but the key didn't come out. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Why? Maria was cold and frustrated and angry, and she stamped on the ground. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but that didn't lessen her frustration. At the same time, her tears poured out. Great! Fun times for everybody in this story. We're all having fun. Everybody's a winner here in Umineko when they cry. They weren't lying, they really do be crying. It wasn't her fault. So it was someone else's fault. But Maria didn't know who that someone was, and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger.
ウリュウ、きっと途中で落としたんだよ。探そう。来た道を戻って探そう。せっかくおでん買ったのに、卵とかおまけしてもらったのに、あったかいうちに食べられない。マリア、悔しいけど探そう。誰も悪くないよ。探そう。
Maria finally lent an ear to Sakataro's words and began to trot back down the road she had come on. The wind was colder than before, and it felt like it was blowing through the corners of her jacket in a mean way.
しっかり足元を見て探そう。そして早くお家に帰って暖房で温まりながら。
I know, the family murders were way more fun than this. I'm just kind of depressed now. That's no fun. I don't want to be depressed. I want to be experiencing the joy of watching people stab each other to death. As Sakataro encouraged her, Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet. But unsurprisingly, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin had cooled down completely. Even though she had been told it would be delicious when warm, she hadn't been able to eat it. Even though that man had given her so much free stuff.
泣かないで。ママは今夜帰ってこないんだよ。頑張って探そう。なんで見つからないの？マリア、泣かないで。頑張って探そう。マリア。
Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she clutched Sakutaro and held the bag of Odin, returning once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because more and more houses and stores had turned the lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store. Can somebody call the cops, please?
鍵まだ見つからないのかい？
鍵ない。
お母さん、今日は泊まりだって。
Can you just call the cops or something? They can get her in their house.
入れない。
そりゃ困ったね。公安には行ってみた。届いてるかもしれないよ。
ママがおまわりさんに話し
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why she would tell you this.
そりゃまたどうして？
It was probably because Rosa would be liable for making such a young girl like Maria watch over the house by herself, and because she knew that this wasn't something that would be permitted by society. We live in a society. So Maria was indoctrinated into changing the stores she bought things at so that she didn't catch the eyes of adults, and into saying no more than a greeting to policemen even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told. Instead of considering why she must do that, she was much more concerned with meekly obeying because her mother had told her so. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. In the first place, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone and so frequently would make anyone worry. And then the follow-up was, by the way, I'm not allowed to talk to the cops. And then, after making the round trip between her home and the store once more and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was
あの
there.
子です。マリアちゃん、鍵見つかったかい？
見つからない。
お嬢ちゃん、お名前は？
Clams up, yeah. The policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer.
お母さんにおまわりさんとお話ししちゃいけないって言われてるの？大丈夫だよ。おじさんは怖くないよ。お嬢ちゃんは晩ご飯は食べた？
買ったけど、お家に入れないから食べられない。
お母さんはどうしてるの？今日は帰ってこないの？お仕事？お母さんの会社の連絡先、わかるかな？
Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, then she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that he'd listen to her story as they ate in the police box. Maria was taken to the police box. She had her Odin heated in a microwave oven, and even salty rice cakes and hot tea were brought out for her. She had been told not to talk to policemen, but after being asked about Sakataro, she responded, starting to feel that this wasn't a bad person. And anyway, she wouldn't be able to return home now, so she didn't know what to do. She told him Mama's work phone number, which she had been told to tell no one of and of use only in a very serious situation. This seems like a serious situation to me. In the tatami room inside the police box, as she ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn her, she watched the policeman making the phone call, lazily thinking, I'm probably gonna get in trouble.
マリア、ママに怒られるかな。マリア。
He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock, grumbling.
営業時間終えちゃってるから出ないのかな。あ、もしもし、もしもし、有限会社アンチローザさんで。
I forgot her company was named Auntie Rosa.
小松川警察署千本桜駅前交番でございます。う大館じゃないや、後宮社長さんはいらっしゃいますか？はい。休暇中？
はい。
Oh boy.
社長は昨日から3日間休暇になってます。どういった
Child negligence.
いやいやいや。
No, 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 no.
それでどちらにおられるかわか
You
りますか
should
ね？
you should probably tell this lady this.
連絡先とか聞いてたりしませんかね？
ちょっとお待ちいただいてよろしいですか？ねえ、誰か社長の旅行先聞いてる？連絡先。
彼氏と札幌カニ食い放題って聞きました。
All you can eat crabs?
了解。もしもし、札幌に行ってるそうですけど、連絡先まではちょっとわかりません。ご伝言しますか？
そうですか。参ったな。
A shame indeed.
じゃあ、もし
Well, I might be evil, but I would never do this to children. I'm not a fan of children, but I'm not a fan of whatever this is. I would just ignore them. I don't want children involved in my life. How about that? But I would not be neglectful towards them. This isn't even like fun evil. This is just like shitty. There's a difference between evil and shitty, I think. I'm the fun evil. I just want to conquer the planet. This is way more fun. This is way worse what's going on in this story right now. After that, I was taken to the police department, which was even bigger, and ended up spending the night there. There, they asked me various things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare— oh yeah, here we go, baby— came by and asked me about a lot of things. And I was told, you poor thing. When I heard that, I learned for the first time.
マリアってかわいそうだったの？ ウリュウ、そんなことないよ。マリアは幸せ。
Yep, you just keep telling yourself that. March from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is approaching your location. It's gonna tell you to get back in that wheelchair. Oh boy, here we fucking go. Then, Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened to on an exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions on that day.
そういう押し付けは困ります。マリアは心が純粋すぎて繊細だから、無神経な子がいたら傷つけられてしまうんです。余計なおせっかいはやめてください。でもね、お母さん、そんなに繊細な子なら、なんで一人で家に
She's kind of spitting. She's spitting right now, Rosa.
お母さんが一緒にいてあげるべきなんじゃないですか。なるべく一緒にいるようにしています。そんなこと、あなたに指図される覚えはあります。
Legally, actually, you do.
そうですか。この辺のご近所ではとても有名ですよ。お宅のお嬢さんが夜、頻繁に買い物や食事に来るって、みんな気にしてて気を使ってくれてたんですよ。
I mean, I'm not one to care about laws, but I feel like sometimes some rules are good.
どうしてうちの子だとわかるんですか。
I guess you could call me lawful evil in some instances.
子供なんて街中にいくらでもいるじゃないですか。勝手にうちのマリアだと決めつけないでください。夜に出歩く子供だってたまにはいるでしょう。それらが全てうちの子だという証拠でもあるんですか。ライオンのぬいぐるみを抱いた女の子がよく夕食を食べに来る、買いに来るって商店街でもとても有名だったんですよ。みんなマリアちゃんのことを思って大切にしてくれてました。ライオンのぬいぐるみなんてどこにでもあります。自宅まで送るなんて
You suck so
余計な
bad.
お世話です。マリアを誘拐するつもり。マリアに構わないで。マリアは私の子です。私が育ててます。おかしな施設に入れるつもりもまるでありません。余計なおせっかいはやめて。
ウリュウ、ライオンのぬいぐるみって僕のこと。
Uh-oh.
大丈夫だよ。怒られるのはマリアだよ。
It's all tumbling down. Maria hugged Sakataro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully.
私もマリアと毎日一緒にいられたらと思います。でもシングルマザーですから働かなくちゃならない。私はこう見えても会社の社長ですから社員の生活も背負っている。
Surely a president of a successful fashion company could afford a babysitter.
一年中仕事で忙しいんですよ。休む暇だってないんです。そう？でもこの3日間お休みだったんでしょ？休みなんかじゃありません。
Oh boy.
私は
This house of cards is coming down.
他の頼りない社員では片付けられない案件が私には山積みなんです。
Why are you
そんな
lying?
嘘つくの。あなたの会社の人が3日間お休みを取ってますって言ってるのよ。彼氏さんと北海道に行ってきたんでしょ。娘さんを3日間も置いて。彼氏なんて知りません。北海道なんて知りません。
Oh, she's fucking losing it.
どうしてそんなデタラメ言うの。どうしてなんか証拠でもあるの。何よあんた、勝手に人の家のことに口を出さないでよ。私はマリアを愛してるのよ。私には私なりの愛し方があるのよ。
She's losing control. She's not even using commas anymore.
なんて言ってないわよ。仕事してたのよずっと。マリアに1秒でも早く会いたくて、仕事を少しでも早く片付けようと一生懸命。
I know, she can only speak in run-on sentences right now. That's how you know she's like having an Ace Attorney breakdown right now.
知らない。北海道なんて知らないわよ。勝手なこと言わないで。もう帰ってよ。何なのよあんたは。帰って。
This is what good parenting looks like. This is what responsible motherhood looks like. Rosa raged, her hair flying wildly. A teacup was knocked over from the force of her standing up, but far louder than that was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage, it could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement. This stared. Yeah, you're doing a real good job making a good impression here. The district welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had already seen her mother in a rage several times before this, but she had never seen her this crazed with anger. When she saw this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. And then she herself was discovered by the evil being. Maria knew that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly slapped her in front of the protective services lady and dropped her gaze towards the stuffed animal Maria was holding, Sakutaro.
マリア、あなた、あれだけお外にそれを持って行っちゃダメって言ったのに。
Casually Masatsu child.
持って行ったのね。
ウリュウ。マリアは悪くないよ。僕がついていくって言ったの。違うよ。マリアが寂しいから勝手にサクタロを連れてったの。だからママ、サクタロは悪くないの。ウリュウ。
Is she still doing all this shit in front of the lady? Instead of Maria, the brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed at the lion-stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl went shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion-stuffed animal. Because of that, she had become well known in the shopping center.
ぬいぐるみ持ってっちゃダメって言ったでしょ。どうしてあんたはママの言うことが聞けないのよ。どうしてよ。どうしてママの言いつけがちゃんと守れないのよ、あんたは。
Wow. With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Thank God it's just the wall. Of course, she didn't make direct contact with Maria, because, you know, someone was watching her. However, the violence of the harsh sound certainly beat against her.
お母さん、おやめなさい。話してよ。話せって言ってんでしょ。
The district welfare officer had come back to her senses and was pinning Rosa's arms behind her back. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, fiercely throwing the welfare officer off. Boy, you're making a real good case for yourself here, Rosa. She hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound.
マリアは悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。だからマリアを叱らないで。サクタロを連れてったのはマリア。サクタロは悪くないの。サクタロは悪くないの。だからサクタロをそんな怖い目で。
Well, she shoved the social worker off of her, and the social worker fell onto the table. That's what it said.
マリアを叱らないで。マリアを叱らないで。ウリュー。
さっきから何をやってるの。あんた、そのお人形さんごっこ、外でもやってたの。お店の人の前でもやってたの。
Oh boy.
だから少しは考えろ、このバカ。なんであんたはそう大バカなのよ。正直におっしゃいな。お外でお買い物をするとき、ママに内緒でいつもそのぬいぐるみを持ち歩いてたのね。
ウリュウ。
その変なぬいぐるみ語をやめなさい。ぬいぐるみじゃなく、あなたの言葉で喋りなさい。
サクタロはぬいぐるみじゃないよ。マリアの友達だよ。ぬいぐるみって言わないで。言わないで。
はいはい、わかったわ。サク太郎だったわね、名前。ママに内緒でそのサク太郎人形を持っていつもお買い物に行っていたのね。
Maria admitted it honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakataro would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend.
作太郎だけ他にはまさか学校にも何か変なのを持って行ってるんじゃないでしょうね。お母さん、お嬢さんは悪くないでしょう。その質問をおやめなさい。あんたは黙ってなさい。私と娘の話でしょ。ほらマリア、ママの目を見て話をしなさい。ママの質問にお返事は。
サク太郎だけじゃないの。ウサギのみんなも一緒。
That's true, as we've established. Rose is pretty good with a pen. You don't want to piss her off when she's got, like, regular objects in reach.
今も持ってるの。
Maria fished around in her pockets, pulling out 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. The rabbits were her close friends who could be together with her at school in Sakataro's place. But when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. On a school notice, it had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them, and her family was instructed to try and prevent this. But Rosa had rejected that, blaming the teacher and phoning in a protest of her own to the school, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to the school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, those at the school had grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought with her were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when other students caught sight of them, some of the boys had started complaining that only she could bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother. But after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher decided to overlook it. Oh, it's never good when you see the purple spiral. But now Rosa knew. She had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school. And those at the school had known that she was a disgrace who brought toys to school and played with them as though they were her only friends. To Rosa, who thought her daughter was just a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was, more than anything else, something she couldn't bear. So she howled, she raged. The district welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she only met with Rosa's wrath once more. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon, and when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again, so forcefully that it seemed she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for a second, she immediately froze her harsh breathing and asked Maria.
マリア、そのウサギの音楽隊はマリアの大切なお友達？そう、4人もお友達がいてよかったわ。
Oh, God. As she said that, Rosa grabbed one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. The cute rabbit holding a trumpet was a small doll like a chess piece. Don't post the rabbit emojis. Not in this moment. Bad things are about to happen. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of course, Maria's and Sakataro's eyes also followed it. And then with a speed that the eye couldn't follow, she smashed it against the wall. She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen. So she instantly realized that she had been done. What had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but that hadn't been enough to withstand her mother's fierce rage.
ママの言うことをちゃんと聞かないから一つ壊れちゃったわ。今後ママの言うことを守らないたびにまた一つ壊すからね。
This is a healthy way to raise a child.
覚えておきなさい。あなた、そんなことするなんて母親ですか？そんなことしてお嬢さんが傷つかないと思ってるんですか？マリアが傷つく。私も傷ついているのよ。私の傷は誰が
Oh,
責
it's
任
all
取ってくれる
about
のよ。
me. I'll allow that post.
誰が？あんたは黙っててって言ってるでしょ。
やめてママ。悪いのはマリア。おばさんを怒らないで。マリアは は悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。マリアを怒らないで。うりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅう。
そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろって言ったでしょ。大体ね、気持ち悪いのよ。ぬいぐるみがお友達ってあんた今年でいくつよ。何歳よ。こんなの布と綿の気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみじゃない。
Oh boy.
こんなのしか友達いないのあんた。こんな化け物のぬいぐるみとお友達ごっこしてる暇があったらちゃんとした人間の友達を作りなさいよ。なんであなたにはいつまでもお友達ができないのよ。サタンだからいつまでもクラスで変わり者扱いされてバカにされて。ほんとしっかりしていい加減にして。こんなぬいぐるみ遊びもう卒業しちゃってよ。
うりゅうりゅう。
だからそのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろって言ってるでしょ。
マナ返して。サク太郎返して。うりゅうりゅうりゅう。
Come on, don't put the sounds of it being strangled. Mama grabbed hold of Sakataro's head and took him away from me. Then she smashed him against the wall over and over.
やめろっつってんのよ。そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろっつってんでしょ。こんなぬいぐるみがあるから。だからあんたはいつまでも友達を作らないのよ。だから一人だけクラスで浮いてておかしな子扱いされるんでしょうが。こんなぬいぐるみあげなきゃよかった。こんな気持ち悪いぬいぐるみあげなきゃよかった。
You know, you really gotta hand it to the voice work. They know how to scream.
サク太郎はマリアのお友達なの。親友なの。サク太郎さえいれば他には何もいらない。だから返して返して。
For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. Mama pushed my arm aside as I tried to grab Sakataro and snatch him back, and in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakataro, twisting him. The red muffler, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came off and fell to the floor. Sakataro, who had been so precious to me, was twisted, smashed, torn at with fingernails so much. He was twisted painfully, his face curving in sadness. Then Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore it apart. Give me a sec. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm good. In that instant, Sakataro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy.
太郎マリアサク太郎おりゅう太郎
Come on. The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy flowing out were thrust in front of my eyes. Then, through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly.
作太郎は
Jesus!
死んでしまいました。
I don't know what that sound is. Oh, okay, it's just like choking sounds. Cool.
マリ
Oh, hi. Hi,
Mario.
Mito.
ア、泣くんでない。
Oh, good long voice acting.
作太郎は良き友人であった。そなたがそれを忘れぬ限り、常にそなたと共にある。だから泣くんでない。
生き返らせて。ベアとはいろんな魔法が使えるんだもんね。サク太郎だって生き返らせられるよね。
それは無論作太郎がわらわの家具だったならそれもたやすい。しかし作太郎はそなたの家具だ。わらわにそれは難しい。
難しいってことは無理じゃないんだよね。生き返らせて。無限の魔法で生き返らせて。
実はな、作太郎のよりしろはローザの手作りのぬいぐるみであったろ。そのローザが作太郎を否定した。母にその生を許されなかった命は存在できぬのだ。
Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to calm Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact that even with all of her own power, even she could not revive Sakutaro.
そなたが作太郎の存在を強く信じる限り、その魂が消え去ることはない。だからマリア、どうか悲しむな。今もほら、すぐそこで作太郎が微笑んでいると信じるのだ。
やだサク太郎を生き返らせてくれなきゃ。やだやだ。
諦めよ。作太郎を蘇らせる魔法はない。そしてそれでもなお作太郎がそなたの
Friend to all children,
強く
Beatrice.
信じよ。その力が魔法となる。
Well, actually, not all children.
そんなの魔法じゃない。魔法じゃない。サク太郎が生き返らなきゃ嫌だ。ママの手作りだからダメなの。どうしてママはサク太郎を作ったの？マリアにプレゼントするためじゃないの？マリアのお友達にするためじゃないの？なのになんでママは自分で作って自分で壊したの？どうしてママは自分で産んで自分で壊そうとするの？わかんない。ママが憎いよ。
That's valid. I think that hatred is normal and good.
悲しい。サク太郎がそう
Oh boy.
ママをね
Oh boy. I think
爪を立てて引き裂いて布地と綿にしてやりたい。
I think I know what might be occurring in the rest of this episode. We get a few more traces to add to the collection after Evatrice. Uh-oh. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet-black arms crept out, twisting around Maria as she sobbed in anger. Then, massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Ew. Maria could not see that, but Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. She could see that, yes. In the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to eat into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms could probably tear Maria into bits easily, but Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest.
悔しい悔しいサクタロがどうしても生き返らせられないならマリアは復讐したいママを同じ目に合わせてやりたいペアドリーチェそのための魔法を教えてママをやっつける魔法を教えて
その言葉は本心
Well, okay.
ママを殺してやるあれはママじゃないよママに取り付いた悪い魔女だママの魔女を殺してやる
よかろうその力をそな心美しきそなたがそなたにその苦しみを与えた心なき母こそがよほど引き裂かれる
True.
に値する
I think this is good, actually.
教えようぞ魔女の世界の光さすことなき深淵の奥底を
サクタロみんな嫌い大嫌いママも嫌いエンジェも嫌いみんな大嫌い
Well, that was a whole lot. Oh, good. 1998, we're back. All right. I'm kind of losing track of where we are in time. Kind of losing. It's hard to keep track. Like, sometimes it'll say 1986, and then Anji will have a flash forward to 1998 anyways. And then it's like, actually, this is the real 1998. But I'm like, okay. Oh, okay, I think this might be leading to what I talked about last time, where inevitably Anji has to go back to Rokonjima herself in the present future. The present future. Give me one second. I need a sippy of water. Just it'll be a second. That was a lot. Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. See, I'm fine. I'm back. I'm my usual, regular, evil, villainous self, and I'm back. I'm good. Let's get back to the story, huh? This fun story time between you and me. I had planned on taking a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. There, I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Amakusa had been doing some stretches on the deck. He must have had a lot of time on his hands, too. After all, it'll be several more hours before we reach Nijima. It would only have taken a couple dozen minutes by airplane, but there was the chance that Nijima Airport was under the Sumadera family's web. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I had obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor, no questions asked. I had bumped into a cheery boat captain, plied him generously, and had decided to help me out, amused.
まだだいぶかかるの？
さっき船長に聞いたら、あと2時間はたっぷり
2 more
かかる
that's
そ
a
うです
long boat ride.
ま、贅沢は言えねえですな。
いいお天気ね。焼けちゃいそう。
甲板で読書ですか？
I know, Amakusa looks like a total fuckboy. Amakusa apparently thought this because I was clutching Maria One-chan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it half asleep, which is why I'd come back up, still clutching it.
どうですか？マリアさんの日記から六軒島の真相は探れそうですか？
Maybe. I don't know, it's all very confusing right now.
あの島で何があったかなんて、どこまで調べても仮説でしかない。メッセージボトルもお姉ちゃんの日記も、魔女が闊歩するおとぎ話が記されているだけで、お手上げよ。
新島での関係者からの聞き込みに期待するしかないですね。
ウィッチハンターどもが散々質問攻めにしてるでしょうから、きっと真事実な
That would be the first place to look, wouldn't it?
そこまで期待してないのに、半日も船旅をして新島に行こうなんて、実に気まぐれなことです。
調べたっていう自己満足のための旅みたいなもの。本気で12年前の真実が解き明かせるなんて、私も甘えてるつもりはないわ。
Good night, Asmodem. Thanks for sticking with us for so long.
その自己満足が終わったらどうするつもりで？
さあ、考えてないわ。新島に行って関係者に話を。
No, come on. You want to go to
最後に六
Rokujima.
軒島に行って花でも捧げたら、私の旅はおしまいね。
I'm sure you could find some good stuff there. Several days have already passed since this journey began. After being told by Burn Castle on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I had left on a journey like trying to grasp a cloud. Okay, so this Anji has actually thought she talked to Burn Castle too. At the time, I felt as though I'd experienced something mystical, and had the feeling that I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. But after several days passed, my excitement died down. On that day, when I stood on the roof of that skyscraper, my heart was completely cornered and dead. So I'd wanted from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, and I'd crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die and actually stepping forwards, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from a witch. The excitement for my jump lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I didn't even consider suspending this journey just because of that. If I stop this journey, it'll mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion. And I felt as though that meant throwing away the promise the witch made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. So, because it was hard to believe that those events were an illusion, I've continued on my journey. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. It's even up to me when to end this journey. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my self-satisfaction.
自己満足か。聞こえは悪いですが、 そいつが実は人生って
Hell
や
yeah,
つでは
dude.
ないかと思ってます。
傭兵家業で視線をくぐった末に至った答えだったなら、なかなか味わい深いじゃない。
That's deep, bro.
茶化さんでください。俺が言いたいのは、自己も何も自分を認められるのは世の中で自分だけしかいないってことです。
That's surprisingly profound from this moron. Amakusa continued stretching as he spoke, in an irritatingly fresh way. Harriet told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible.
そうかもね。人は誰かに認められたくて努力をするわ。多くの場合、それは親ね。親に褒められたくて子供は努力を覚える。だから私は覚えなかったわけだけど。
すんません。そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないです。俺が言いたいのは、自己満足大いに結構。
I was kind of trying to put this in an optimistic way, and you emo girl.
誰に褒められたって、それを納得できなきゃ意味がない。逆を返しゃ、誰に褒められなくったって自分が納得できりゃそれでいいってことです。
自己満足と向上心って矛盾するから、普通は悪いことって教えられるわよね。天草の論法はなんだか新鮮よ。
誰かに認めてほしくて、だけれど何を努力すればいいのかわからないのが人の世の苦しみです。俺にもそういう頃があった。
Ah, the troubles of
誰かに認められた
youth.
くて、でも何を認められればいいかわからなくて、そして何をどこまで努力すれば誰に認めてもらえるかわからなくて。
Yeah, Amakusa's that, like, Japanese guy in that video right now. Never give up.
随分と無茶苦茶をやってきたもんです。
それで天草が至った答えが自己満足だ。
聞こえは悪いがそういうことです。我ただ足るを知るってやつですわ。俺がこれでいいと思った人生なら、それはとやかく言われてどうこうってもんじゃない。エンジさんの人生もこの旅も同じです。エンジさん以外の誰にもとやかく言う権利なんてない。旅の意味と成果は
Yeah, he's not that much
エン
older
ジさ
than
んだけが
Anji.
決める。
It's funny.
エンジさんにとって有意義な旅になった
Like, I remember they said he's only supposed to be like 21.
あんたってチャラけて
What self-help book did you get this from?
たまに変なこと言い出すのね。そういうことたまに言うとモテると思ってるでしょ。
まさかまさか、そんなつもりで言ったんじゃありません。どうやらお一人になりたいようだ。俺は船長のところへ行っていますぜ。どうぞごゆっくり。
Amakusa apparently decided I was in a bad mood, although I didn't feel that way myself. Or he might have finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to cool the rays of the sun. Amakusa disappeared. Only I remained.
自己満足こそが人生か。
Hi.
そんなのつまらないです。人生はどこまでも
Oh, I thought we broke up. Are we besties again? I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her abundant hair fluttering over by the prow of the ship.
強欲な人生は確かに楽しいわ。でもあなたと違って人間には寿命がある。永遠に強欲のままだったなら、人は死ぬ最後の瞬間にも欲があることになる。欲があるということはつまり欲しいということ。持っていないという
Dude, I don't know what this timeline even is anymore.
自分が満たさ
They
れて
could
い
be
ると
like
思う
those
のは
fragments Burn Castle was talking about even. Like this Angie could be totally different than the Angie that was like friends with the stakes in high school or whatever.
だからきっと自己満足って必要なんだわ。
なるほど。寿命ある存在にはそういう妥協点も必要ってことですか。私たちの主はやたらと寿命の長いお方ばかりだったんで、考えた。
人間ってのは満たされるために生きてるの
I
です。
wonder.
だとしたら無欲が一番 人生に優しいことになる。なるほど。
Yeah, I don't know how to help you with that, Swinehead. You'd think I would be the most relevant die around to you, but clearly that shows you're just not dedicated enough, so I can't help you.
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
Apparently that counted as a compliment in Mammon's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful bow.
エンジ様、人間は死の瞬間に満足であるために生きてるんですか？
死の瞬間に何かで満たされていないのはきっと辛いんじゃない？
だとしたら人間
Yeah, that makes sense to me, Sweet Creamy, but it keeps jumping back and forth between different characters who weren't there so much but seem in contact with each other. I don't know what to treat as real right now.
より良い死のために生きてる。死ぬために生きてる。
This kid's saying something pretty incredible. I see, as I'd expect from a demon stake. However, it might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't satisfied and live only to find satisfaction. In other words, that might be the same as a desire to die satisfied.
言い返せないわ。人は満たされるために生きてる。そして満たされたまま死にたいと願ってる。だからその満たされ方がわからないのはとても辛いことだわ。
どうやれば満たされるんです？人間の人生は。
認めてもらうことよ。お前は幸せだってね。
誰が認めてもいいものでしたら、私が認めてあげますよ。
そうよ、そこなのよ。誰に認めてもらえばいいのかわからないのよ、人は。
その認めてくれる人を探すのが人生の旅なんですか。へえ。
I wonder if there's a specific character who really wants to be acknowledged, that this could be a metaphor
お
for
かし
her.
な話ね。
Who really wants to be told she's real or something.
認めてもらおうと認めてもらわなかろうと自分の境遇に変化はないはず。にもかかわらず認められれば満たされ、認められないから満たされない。まるで青い鳥だわ。
The blue bird. We got cat in the box, we got bird in the cage.
カゴの中にもう青い鳥がいるのね。それに気づけないからどこまでも探しに旅立たなければならない。
何ですかそれ。
We already talked about Santa Claus, yeah.
人間の人生ってバカですね。
そうね、天草は本当にいいことを言ったわ。我ただ樽を知るか。何のことわざか知らないけど味わい深いわ。つまるところ、誰かに認めてもらわなければ満ち足りないとは究極の自己実現。まず自分を
そりゃそうです。自分が満ち足りてるって自覚できるなら誰にも認めてもらう必要なんかないですから。その小さなことに気づくだけで人間のくだらない人生の旅は簡単に終了ですね。残った時間を有意義に遊んで過ごせます。人間の人生ってバカバカしい。
Mammon's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey with the hopes that someone will acknowledge them so that they can achieve a satisfied death, and then when they realize that the person doing the acknowledging isn't someone else but they themselves, that pointless journey can end. Humans who have ended that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their heads held high. How noble, how praiseworthy would that be?
天草ってさ、親とはかなり仲が悪いらしいのよ。そりゃそうよね。まっとうな親なら足を洗わせたいと願う。
That's fair, he's like a mercenary dude.
別にいいんじゃない？本人が楽しいなら。
I mean, I don't know. His job involves killing people, which can be fun sometimes, but it's weird to like say, it's all about job satisfaction.
他人が観測した自分の評価なんかどうでもいいこと。自分の存在を自分自身がしっかり認められたならそれで十分。
I'm all about job satisfaction here in the Rose Rabbit Army.
自分に自信を持って生きられるならどんな生活だって受け入れて 納得できるに違いない。天草はきっといつか戦場で流れ弾を食らっ
Great way
て
to live.
大怪我をするでしょうよ。
I would never, this would never happen to me.
あるいは死ぬ
People
ことさえ
take bullets for me.
でも天草はそれを理不尽とは思わないと思う。それも人生と。あいつはケラケラ笑ってるような気がするの。
いい生き様じゃない。惚れるわ。
自分で自分を認められない哀れな人間は生涯それを求めてさまよい、何も受け入れられず不平不満だけを口にし、哀れだわ、何の目的もなくダラダラと生きてる連中に比べたらやがてのたれ死にするかもしれないけれど、自分の人生に胸を張っている天草の方がよっぽど高潔なのよ。
人生悟ったものの価値
Enlightenment? We got to transcend into samsara?
少しでも早く悟れればその分有効に残りの人生が過ごせてお得よね。
With Mammon's words, I finally accepted a certain fact. In the past, I've called that girl unusual, a little strange. However, that wasn't true. All she did was keep her head held high and finish that journey faster than anyone else.
だからマリアお姉ちゃんはすごかったのかもしれない。彼女は小学校低学年になるかならないかという年齢のうちにそれに至ったの。
Dude, I have no idea. I have no idea, Soda Kufi. For people like us, yeah, I don't know, maybe in that flashback Maria had where the kid was laughing at her for the stuffed animal, that kid was Anji? Maybe that was what was going on there. They're not actually directly communing with each other, it was just like Babby Anji. For people like us, looking at her life from the outside, it wasn't something we'd call blessed. But even though days like that were engraved in her diary, they always finished up by saying that it was a happy day. Yeah, I'm starting to think now that, like, the argument about Sagataro and stuff was just something Anja's projecting from her childhood memories. And she's just been replaying this argument over and over again because she can't understand. Even though the part of her mother that didn't love her daughter came and went, she believed that her mother loved her. Her mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others might observe her as an unsatisfied, pitiful girl, but she herself acknowledged that she was satisfied, and so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her that was an outsider's opinion, so it didn't matter. Whether or not it was happy for her was the only important thing. It's just like how when people who live in the city point to the lifestyles of those in rural areas and mourn their inconveniences and feel sympathy for them, it's really none of their business. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough.
私、ようやく気づいたわ。今気づいた。マリアお姉ちゃんにひどいことをしたのよ。あの日に。あなたたちにも、作太郎にも。魔法があるかないか。それを決めるのは他人じゃないわ。自分よ。マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法があるかないかは、マリアお姉ちゃんが決めるべき問題で。
That's a problem she's gonna have to
決める
do.
ことじゃない。なのに、私は幼いあの日、口にしてしまった。魔法なんてあるわけないって。彼女を傷つけてしまった。
The fact that magic doesn't exist in my eyes matters in my world. But denying it even in One-chan's world for that reason was totally misguided.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルはマリアお姉ちゃんに作った魔女同盟。私はそれに誘われて一緒に魔女になろうと言われたの。新しい面白い遊びだと思って私はしばらくの間それに付き合ったわ。でも幼さゆえの残酷さ、途中で飽きてしまった。そして鋭利な言葉で彼女の純粋無垢な心を切り裂いてしまったの。あの時大喧嘩をしたはず。
私はすぐに忘れてしまったけれど、彼女には忘れられないものだった。なぜなら彼女にとって魔法は確かに存在する自然な力で、それは私とも共有できると信じていたから。
I know, who could have seen that coming? We're all just coping super hard.
マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法は世界を幸福に解釈できる、いえ、全てを幸福にできる、まさに魔法の力だった。それを私にもお裾分けしたかっただけ。その気持ちを。
See, my thing right now is this is all good stuff. This is good writing, good storytelling, but I'm trying to find the moment where it connects back to the stuff on the island with Battler, because it feels like Battler's kind of dropped to the wayside a lot in this episode. Like, how does this all connect back to Battler and Beato?
だとしたらマリア卿もやはり人生の旅は終わってないわけね。自分に納得できてるなら園児様に否定されたくらいでへこむ必要なんてないわけだし。
お姉ちゃんは幼かった。天草みたいな達観には。
That's true, she was just a baby.
だからこそわかるわ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルという魔女同盟がなぜ必要なのか。
Yeah, no, this chapter's doing something weird, and I'm sure it'll carry over into the answer arc, a lot of this stuff. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, when do we get back to Battler and Beato, and when does this part of the story start affecting that one? Because Anja's there right now, but we haven't really had much interaction with that. An alliance where each acknowledges that the other is a witch.
そうよ。それが確かマリアージュ・ソルシエルの取り決めの第一条だった気がする。同盟の魔女は互いを魔女と認め尊敬し合うことって、それこそが魔女同盟の一番の、そして唯一の意味なのよ。
Maria One-chan wanted to share with me the secret laws to make the world happy called magic, but I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty.
私はあの日に言ったわ、暴言を。あなたたちやサク太郎に存在するわけがないって。
失礼しちゃうわ。私たちが存在するって自らを認めてる。魂が寝ぼけてる人間どもとはわけが違うのよ。我を思うゆえに我あり。
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Everybody likes that one.
私たち煉獄の七姉妹という魔法が存在することはゆえに事実。園児様の言葉を借りるなら、私たちが自らをそう認めている限り。
それを他者である私が否定するのはまさに暴力だわ。それはきっと実の母にお前なんか生まれてこなければよかったと。いいえ。
Well, Maria has experience with that sort of thing too. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria One-chan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakataro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned that her mother's work wasn't really the cause, magic allowed her to continue believing. And by believing that her mother loved her, by acknowledging herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, establishing it completely.
12年前に何があったのか。私の家族がどうなったのか。
March is approaching your location.
それを探る旅じゃなかったのよ、これは。
なら、この旅は何なの？
Some sort of what's that German word? Coming of age story? Bergenhagen or whatever?
謝る旅だったのよ。どうしてかわからないけど、そう思うの。あの日、彼女を傷つけなければ、12年前の事件は起こらなかったんじゃないかって、そう思うの。
Yeah, okay, so it was definitely like that little kid argument Maria remembered. I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting One-chan could be connected with that mysterious incident several years later. But for some reason, I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, And the culprit is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of the Marriage Sorcier alliance of witches. I horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I hurt her with the thought that magic doesn't exist. So, several years later, a crime caused by a witch occurred, and a 2-day period that couldn't be explained with anything but magic was thrust in my face thanks to the message bottle.
きっと私は無関係じゃないのよ。わからない。偶然かもしれないし、運命かもしれない。なぜかこの旅で私はそう思うようになったわ。
根拠は？
ないわ。勝手にそう思ってるだけ。
What's your source? I made it up.
日本人って面白いわね。被害者であっても自分に非があったように感じて勝手に謝り出す。家族を奪ったベアトリーチ様憎しって言うなら勝手に非を感じて謝りたくなってくるなんて本当に変わってるわ。
もちろんベアトリーチェは憎いわよ。その気持ちがなければこの旅は続かないわ。
Yes, this does feel like a little bit too much self-blame, perhaps
旅にもう
entirely
一つ
too much.
目的を見出してもいい。12年前の魔女に復讐する旅に、さらに昔の罪を謝罪する目的を
Alright, we can do
考
both,
えた
I
っていいんだわ。
guess.
六軒島に行ってあの日の暴言を詫び、花を手向けることくらいはできる。いえ、花よりもっといいものがあるわ。そしてその方がお姉ちゃんにはふさわしいと思う。
I stood up, not minding that the sea breeze scattered my hair and concentrated my mind. I lifted my palm up to the height of my head and imagined a vast space.
エンジ様？
静かに。
Shut up.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。我こそは魔女見習い、エンジベアトリーチェ。破門にされてはしまったけれど、かつて同じ同盟に所属し、
Ah.
私と遊んでくれた懐かしき家具よ。我が呼びかけに応じよ。
It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hand. Then, Sakataro's form was revived. He baby. It truly did bring back memories, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red muffler. It came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she?
サクタロ、わかる？
The Scrunkly Reborn.
私たちがわかる？おりょおりょマモンエンジェ。
With a sleepy face, as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakataro looked all around him as he spoke.
お久しぶりね、サクタロ。あなたを私の力で呼び出すのは、きっとこれが初めてだわ。そして今や、私にしか呼び出せない。
ウリュウ。
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakataro's face clouded over.
かつての私は、あなたを否定した。その私があなたを呼び出したということは、あなたの存在を、私が認めたということ。
いいの？僕はエンジェの世界に呼び出されてもいいの？
His eyes were a bit frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the magic-resisting toxin. It was only natural that he was scared.
謝るわ、あの日のこと。マモンにも、そしてみんなにも。
At some point, the rest of the Seven Sisters had gathered on the deck. No, they're always there, always by my side. As long as I acknowledge that it's okay for them to be there, they'll always appear.
あなたたちは確かに存在するわ。ルシファーも。
I think it's kind of both right now, Swinehead. I think both things happened from Anja's perspective.
レビアタンも、サタンも、ベルフェゴールも、マモンも、ベルゼブブも、アスモデウスも、そしてサクタロウも。よろしいのですか？
エンジェ様はベアトリーチェ様に挑もうというお方。魔女を否定される立場にあられるお方が我らを認めて。
私の世界にとって魔法が存在するかどうかは
I don't have to answer your questions. It's neither right now. Neither and both.
私自身が魔法の存在を認めたわけじゃない。なのに我らを認めるという矛盾はどういうことです？魔法は信じる人には存在するってことよ。私が信じなくても誰かが信じたならその人の世界には魔法が存在するわ。それは私が魔法を信じたって信じなくたって何の関係も
Seems a little wishy-washy, but I guess. Go with whatever works for
受
you.
けてはいけないのよ。その誰かは胸を張って自らの魔法を信じればいいのよ。そして私はそれを認める。だからあなたたちが存在しても全然おかしくはないのよ。なかなかの詭弁ですが面白い解釈かと。
エンジェ様のそれは悪魔の証明
Yeah,
そのも
yeah,
ので
the
しょ
good old devil's proof.
悪魔の証明？
悪魔の存在を証明するには悪魔を連れてくればいいけれど。
Yeah, but Battler's too dumb to say this. Also, I guess I don't think that's really how the game works. I don't think Battler could just say, well, I think both are true and neither are true at the same time and win that way. I don't think that's how that works.
悪魔の存在を否定することだけは不可能だから。
そして私たちはここにいる。つまりそれは
This kind of goes along with my idea before that it's not about whether magic exists in general. It's about whether magic was the cause of the specific situation on Rokonjima.
無流エンジから半魔法の毒が消えていく。
本当だわ。
We have purified her.
否定する立場なのに
Get them toxins out of you.
それは多分尊重し認めるという心を知ったからだわ。今の私にならそしてベアトリーチェの魔法の深淵も理解できるかもしれない。
In the past, I didn't believe in things like magic. Thinking something like that couldn't exist, I acted like I was closing my eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature.
惜しいわ。この現代にこれだけ半魔法の毒素の抜けた人間なんて本当に稀よ。魔女に向いた稀有な才能なのに。
Yeah, it's Beatrice's magic specifically rather than the broad idea of magic, I guess. Because obviously Beatrice's magic is so unique and different compared to, like, the kinds of magic you read about or is in folklore.
そうね。今のエンジ様が魔女を目指してくださったなら、ベアトリーチェ様に及ぶかもしれない大魔女に成長されたかもしれないのに。
それでも我らの存在を認めてくださった我らの主である。おそらくエンジェ様が我らの最後の主となるだろう。最後の奉公と思い尽力しようではないか。
なのにエンジ様自身がまだ魔法を信じてくれないのが納得いかない。エンジ様、ついでに魔法も認めてくださいよ。せっかくの主なのに魔女じゃないなんてなんだかもったいない。
最高の魔女になれる逸材なのに、その目的が魔女を撃つことだなんて。惜しいです。
I know, life's tough.
まあ、それもエンジ様の人生で、生き方で、そうと決めた世界ならば、それは私たちにとやかく口出しできることではないわけですが。私を理解してくれてありがとう。そうね。魔法が私にとって存在するかどうか、それは私が決めることだわ。
I've decided to become a fence
世界
sitter.
のどこかに魔法が
I'm
実在
becoming a
した
centrist.
しなかったとしてもね。
When I think about it, this world is so vast and yet so small. Billions of people live on the Earth. But I probably won't even meet 1% of those people. And even so, I will speak of a world My world, which doesn't know even 1% of the world.
私が知らない世界の法則を私に否定する資格なんてない。だから私の世界に魔法が存在しないからといって私の知らない世界に魔法が存在することまでを否定することはできない。まさに悪魔の証明というわけだわ。いえ、業に入りては業に従えと言うべきかしら。
I can be confident in the world I know. So even if that's denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about my world, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, I've got no right to deny a world I don't know, just because I don't know about it.
だから私は自分の世界に魔法があるかないかを問わずにマリアお姉ちゃんが教えてくれた魔法を否定することなんてできやしない。
無理だって見たことがなくても魔法は存在するんだもん。
ええ。だからすでに言っている通り、魔女同盟マリアージュ・ソルシエルの友人であるあなたたちの存在もまた私にもそして誰にも否定することなんてできない。
Congratulations, you have obtained independence. I proclaim that most important part again. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakataro and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory reflected upon my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist? Do witches exist? While ignoring that the answer would be from my own world, I acknowledge their existence. That contradiction was what I'd proclaimed so boldly.
ありがとうエンジェ。
そこまでお認めになったなら魔女もお認めになって。
No.
いえ、愚問でした。
Does that mean Battler loses?
その問いに対する答えをすでにエンジェ様は明確にお持ちだ。
ごめんね。魔女がこの世界のどこかにいるかもしれないことを
Maybe.
私はでも私の世界は揺るがない。
魔女も魔法も認めない。六軒島の真実は
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
でしょ。
ええ。それが私の世界よ。仮に本当に魔女が存在したとしても私の世界では認めないわ。当の魔女にどれだけ言い寄られたとしてもね。
エンジェ様のお立場は魔女を撃つこと。
Well, we'll see how that works out with Lambda Delta's
その
whole
お気持
thing.
ちにいささかの揺らぎもないこと、よくわかりました。我らはエンジェ様の家具、煉獄の七姉妹。いつでもおそばに。お役に立てる日が来るのを、いつまでもお待ち申し上げております。
エンジ様が魔法を信じてくれない以上話し相手くらいにしかなれないけれど
今は十分よ。私たちに存在できる余地を残す。
Yeah, good enough. It's a living.
私たちはエンジェ様に感謝し、認めるべきだわ。
つまり私たちはまたみんなといられるんだね。うりゅーサク太郎もふもふさせて。
When Sakataro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the Seven Sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long missed reunion. If their existence is permitted, they're definitely capable of existing here. No, even if I don't permit it, they can exist. Because I acknowledge them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected over what this journey of mine meant.
これでみんなには許してもらえた
No,
かし
yeah, they're dead.
十分ですよ。私たちは家具呼び出してもらえるだけでおそばにいることを
Oh, you meant
許
the
されるだけで
stakes.
嬉しいのですから。ウリュウエンジェ本当にありがとう。
そういえばどうして私にはサク太郎が呼び出せたのかしら。いいえ、逆ね。どうしてお姉ちゃんにはサク太郎が呼び出せなかったのかしら。
Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakataro had died, which meant she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. But it also means Beato was wrong about what she said, because if Anji can summon her, even after whatever. In the past, One-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words, even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakataro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. No, when you put it like that, it's even a little doubtful whether summon things can be limited by life and death. Moreover, Sakataro should have been an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart. But why did he die and become impossible to summon again? Almost like someone convinced Maria that it was so and was manipulating her a little bit.
マリアがあの時僕のぬいぐるみが破れたのを見て僕が死んでしまったと魔法の存在と同じなんです
Yeah, who pushed that along,
死
you
んでしま
know?
ったことになったなら彼女の世界ではサク太郎は存在できないウリュウ
The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakataro died. So even if Sakataro can exist like this to me, he cannot exist before her.
僕はいつもマリアと一緒にいたんだよ
Well, so much for that. She's dead
泣
now.
いてるマリアのすぐ近くで泣かないでってずっと言ってたんだよでもマリアには僕の姿も声も何も届かなくて
Sakataro hung his head, looking sad.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルはあの事件の後
Yeah, it became super violent, I bet. I bet that's what happened.
それまでの同盟は和やかなものだったでも事件後は憎い誰かをいかにして呪うかという物騒なもの
I wonder if this is the origin of Maria's, like, chuny
お
personality.
姉ちゃんの日記はあからさまに様変わりしていくの
You know, the one that does the funny laugh? A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die, and be reborn as the evil witch personality Maria. When she buried that diary in hatred and sadness, her heart surely wasn't satisfied. Because it wasn't satisfied, she had to bury it with hatred and sadness. And while still unsatisfied, she met with death. I wonder if her unsatisfied soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now. And continually wanders, dripping tears down and calling Sakataro's name. No, that was the stake. That was the shotgun blast that did that.
お姉ちゃんには必要なのよ
ウリュウ
どうしたらあなたをマリアお姉ちゃんの世界で蘇らせられるのその方法が分かれば私はお姉ちゃんを救うことができるそれが私に課せられた贖罪の方法なのよどうすればサク太郎を蘇るの
マリアにとって僕のよりしろは特に重要な意味を持ってたから
よりしろつまりライオンのぬいぐるみを蘇ら
Just
せ
gotta
る
make a
こ
new
と
one.
ができれ
That's
ば
all. Easy.
でも僕のぬいぐるみはローザママの手作りだからローザママにしか作れない
Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice and was refused for that reason. Her magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Even, then, if we could make the same thing once more. But Aunt Rosa's already gone from this world. We can't make the same thing again.
同じぬいぐるみをもう一つ作ってあったとかそういうことはないの
彼はマリア教の誕生日プレゼントのために作られた世界でたった
I don't know, Rosa could have been lying about that, honestly.
手作りでたった一つのよりしろなんですだから大きな魔力を秘めているんですそして失われたらもう二度と手に入らない蘇らないウリュウ
Because she knew that, Maria One-chan watched that stuffed animal, which was unique in that world, get torn apart and despaired. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It would be totally in character for Rosa to like buy a chain, you know, a not a handmade stuffed animal and pass it off as handmade to try and make Maria happier. That would be in character for Rosa, I think. Because it was the only one of its kind in the world, and she couldn't permit a compromise such as buying another one, she had despaired from the bottom of her heart.
でも作太郎はここにいるわ。よりしろなんかなくてもここにいる。私がそれを認めているから、私の世界では確かに存在する。マリアお姉ちゃんが認めなくてもそれは否定できない。そうよね。
理屈ではそうですが、同じ理屈でマリア教にそれを認めさせることもまた困難かと思う。
Maria is not prone to logic, that's true.
マリア、僕は死んでないよ。ここにいるのに。ウリュウ。
きっと六軒島でマリアお姉ちゃんに私は再会できると思う。そして私は何が何でもお姉ちゃんの中のあなたを蘇らせて再会させるわ。
できるの？
難しいでしょう。魔女同盟に誘われた私が意味を理解できず拒絶してしまったのと同じように、彼女もまたあなたの存在を拒絶するかもしれない。でもやるしかないわ。それが私にできる唯一の罪滅ぼしなのよ。
エンジ様。
六軒島で何が待つのか。
I don't know. We'll find out, I
何が
guess.
起こるのか、何ができるのか、あるいは何も起こらないのかもしれないけれど、すべての始まりであるあの島こそがこの旅の終着点なのよ。
It's all leading to this, maybe.
私はあなたたちを連れて魔女の家具であるあなたたちの主として魔女の島へ、六軒島へ帰らなければならない。
Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang down. The spray that hit my cheek might not all have come from crashing waves.
エンジェさん、軽く一雨来そうですぜ。
Oh no.
下へ降りた方がいいんじゃないですか。
I sure hope there isn't some typhoon approaching. Amakusa called out to me with an expression that said, "Oh, you still here?" When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even though the rain was light enough to not be a pain, having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I'm approaching the Rokunjima of that day, and not just in the distance. I went back down with Amakusa. He was carrying what looked like a really large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back with him on a day when we'd split up. I didn't inquire as to its contents, but it was hard to imagine that there were anything peaceful. Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably a bunch of guns in there.
中身はあえて聞かないけど重そうね。
どうしてこいつらは重くてかなわないのか。フランス人の教官が面白いことを教えてくれま
Is it
した。
because they're made of metal?
何でもこいつらは重くあるべきだそうなんです。何しろ人の命は地球より重いんですから。
Oh, I see. We're going for a
こいつ
metaphorical
らは
thing.
もっと重くて叱るべきなんだ
使う機会がないといいわね。
とか。ないといいですな。
Amakusa set the golf bag like luggage down beside him. What's that? A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. Considering the weather, it couldn't have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to weather. Oh, it's her. Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumadera Kasumi entered the lobby with two black suits as guards. She's always a couple steps behind Anj. The four black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads in salute.
お疲れ様です。
プロペラ機ってのは揺れるわね。二度と乗りたくないわ。
お車を用意しております。どうぞこちらへ。
They got into 2 luxury cars that had been rented.
エンジェは六軒島へ向かうはずよ。無人島とは
How convenient for you.
お道具は用意できてるんです
Almost like we're recreating a scenario here from 12 years ago. The black suit in the passenger seat put a heavy bag that had been set by his feet onto his lap. Opened the catch with a click and showed Kasumi what was inside. Inside were several silver lumps of carefully wrapped aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. Oh, baked potatoes. Oh, never mind. A black, blunt automatic pistol peeked its face out. Scary. Oh my god, time is still advancing. What even is it? It's past 9, I guess. It's like 9:45-ish. Oh my god, we're back finally. Okay. We're back in 1986. Remember that murder mystery that was happening? Unfortunately, we're gonna have to break here until next week. It's where we're gonna have to stop for now, unfortunately. As much as I want to get back to Pt.18 shenanigans, it's late, and I'm tired, and I'm a little drained from all of that. But it was a good time. Thanks for everybody for joining me for this wild ride. A lot of things happened. Who am I gonna? So Friday, right? Friday. I will be no stream tomorrow, but on Friday I will be playing all of Super Metroid in one sitting. So show up for that, because it's related to our goal here up in the top. Which is, just as a reminder, a funding goal for Nintendo Switch and the equipment to stream it, so that I can 100% item collect everything in Metroid Dread in one sitting as well. We're doing a bit of a Metroid theme right now. It's fun. It fits October. You know, spooky aliens. And, yeah. So, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I had a good sort of time. It's a lot to take in. A lot of things going on in this plot. But thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on Friday for Super Metroid. Good night!